It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
the Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Monday, July 3rd, 2017. Hello again, everyone. I'm Mario Helwani back inside our New York City studio. Hope you had a lovely weekend. Happy Canada Day weekend to all of you out there. 150 years young. Also, happy 375 to my home city of Montreal. Very festive time up north, the Great White North. And of course, if you're here in the United States, tomorrow is July 4th. Everyone loves to take off like 8 days leading up to holidays here in the United States. So a lot of people are out today because it's July 3rd. They want their extra day. They want their super long weekend. And so I appreciate all the hardworking members of our team who are here today, working in the back, who came in, devoted some time to keep this train moving along. We have a lot to discuss. It was a relatively quiet weekend in the world of mixed martial arts. As far as events go, no UFC, no Bellator, no major events, although we did have the debut of the PFL, the Professional Fighters League, and that was an interesting one. Why was it an interesting one? Well, they were putting on an event in Daytona at a NASCAR race, and apparently what happened was the NASCAR race got rained out and they canceled it, and so they moved the PFL event, which was just a 4-fight main card, up 2 hours. And well, the race got rained out, but they didn't cancel the fights, and so the fights were under this sort of canopy. However, it was a rainstorm and the canvas was wet. Guys were slipping. Guys were complaining. They had to rush to get into the cage. They had to rush to get things going 2 hours earlier. From what I understand, at least one fighter was injured, and we're trying to investigate that. We're also trying to investigate why the Florida Commission allowed the event to happen. If a race couldn't happen, if a race was canceled, why were fights allowed to happen where guys are fighting barefoot on a wet canvas? A very strange start to their new venture, the PFL, which was once, of course, the World Series of Fighting. We did have John Fitch victorious. He got a finish over Brian Foster. Jason High had a nice victory. But to me, the big story was, why were these fights going on? Was it dangerous? Were the fighters okay with it? Moving up the time, fighting on a rain-soaked canvas. It was all very strange on NBCSN. And it was weird. They were like doing this thing where like the fights were kind of a freak show aspect to it all. And the race car drivers were going in to watch because they had this break, and they were kind of treating it like it was barroom brawling. Like, oh, I'm here to see some guys get knocked out. It was just very strange. It was like, if you ever want to know what casual sports fans think about our sport, just watch that broadcast, because they pretty much think that it's like barroom mud wrestling. That's the way. I mean, I wasn't offended. It was just kind of funny to showcase all of these, uninformed people. And it's like, okay, the race is canceled, so let's go watch this freak show under this canopy while there's a storm going on. A really unique one. So that's what happened this past weekend. Of course, there was all kinds of news, so much to discuss. International Fight Week is this weekend. We've got the show on July 7th. We've got the show on July 8th. We've got UFC 214, which is the new UFC 213. There's all kinds of things going on. Later on in the program, we'll have our second annual International Fight League International Fight Week draft between New York Rick and I. If you recall last year, we actually picked fighters from, last year it was 3 cards. This year it's 2 cards, and had a little game. So there's a lot to discuss. Super stacked show. Can't wait for this show. This is one of our best lineups in recent memory, and I know that's saying a lot. Let me run down the lineup and get to our first guest, one of the big names competing this weekend in Las Vegas. At 4:40, we're going to be joined by Cris Cyborg. If you missed the news last week, she is now fighting Tonya Evinger in a sort of Invicta super fight, if you will, at UFC 214. Megan Anderson is out. Evinger is in, fighting at 145 against Cyborg for the now vacant UFC featherweight title. So we'll talk to Cris Cyborg about all that news and a whole lot more. At 3:30, we're going to be joined in studio by the one and only Chris Weidman. He is headlining the UFC on Long Island event on July 22nd. So really excited to have another in-studio guest here in our brand new studio. As you can see, it is so lovely. We love having guests. 310 will be joined by Michael Bisping. Of course, the interim middleweight title on the line this weekend. So I wanted to get his thoughts on that. Last few months, I told him I've been kind of leaving him alone throughout all the drama with GSP, but I feel like this is a good time to check in with Michael Bisping. So that will be at 3:10 Eastern time. 2:45 we'll do Rick's pick, so stay tuned for that. 2:25 will be joined by Miesha Tate. It's been a year since she was last champion. Of course, lost the belt at UFC 200. Talked to her about the bantamweight title fight on Saturday. Talked to her about retirement, her future, all that and more. 2:05 will be joined by Daniel Cormier. And he is less than a month away from fighting at 214 against his longtime rival, Jon Jones. Had the unofficial weigh-ins led by the California State Athletic Commission. Last week, we reported on that, so I wanted to talk to him about that and a whole lot more, the promotion leading into the fight. 214 is just unbelievable. They just got Cerrone and Lawler. It's just an amazing card. 3 title fights, of course. We found out last week that Tyron Woodley and Damian Maia will be fighting for the welterweight title. So there's so much going on. 145, I'm very excited to talk to Invicta FC president Shannon Knapp, who has had an interesting couple of weeks because she lost Cyborg, Megan Anderson, and now Tonya Evinger. And she reminds me, and I say this with the utmost sincerity, and it's the greatest compliment I could give someone. Invicta reminds me of the Montreal Expos. They are the Montreal Expos of MMA. What I mean by that is they develop new talent, they bring big stars to the forefront, get them a lot of press, attention, build them up, and then they lose them. And then they keep going. And they keep gaining new stars. It's amazing. So I'm excited to talk to Shannon about how she keeps doing that and just what the last couple of weeks have been like for her. And at 125, we'll talk to Felice Herrig about all the exciting things going on in her life, the winning streak, the interesting fight against Justine Kish, her comments afterwards, all that stuff and more. But first, let us go to the phone lines and welcome in our very first guest of the day. Oh, and by the way, I should tell you that MMA After Hour is after the show exclusively on Twitter. We're on Twitter once again, so hit us up using the hashtag VMMA Hour. Send us questions, comments, and we'll get to those on the back end. Now let's go to our first guest of the day. He fights in a very important bout this Saturday at UFC 213, T-Mobile Arena, International Fight Week. We're talking to Alistair Overeem, who of course meets Fabricio Werdum on Saturday night. Alistair, are you there?
Yeah, baby, I'm here.
Yes, there he is. Alistair Overeem, thank you so much for joining us. I hope I didn't wait. Did I wake you up this time, or were you free? Were you ready for us?
Oh, it's 11 a.m. I'm good, man.
Okay, you're good. I'm happy. Thank you for joining us, especially as you prepare to go to Las Vegas. When do you leave, by the way?
Why do you want to know when I leave?
I don't know.
I didn't ask you when you're leaving for your job this morning or tomorrow.
Would you like to know?
Yeah, but who? Okay, I'm leaving tonight. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm leaving the day after. It's like details. Ask me what you want to ask me.
Oh, I was just making small talk. I just feel like this is like what you do at the beginning of an interview.
You always do that. You always do that, but in the end, it all comes down to it. I'm not going to get the iPad, which you promised.
Wow.
And yeah.
I'm a little worried that we're getting off on the wrong foot here. Have I done something to offend you?
No, I'm just joking. I'm in a great spirit.
Yes.
We're going to leave tomorrow. The crew is very happy. The work has been done. And, yeah, I'm actually packing my stuff right now in the hotel. Packing my stuff. I put them in storage. And, yeah, everybody's very excited.
What do you mean in the hotel? Where are you right now?
Albuquerque still. I do my training camps there, remember?
Yes, I do. Well, yeah, I wanted you to sort of pinpoint that for everyone. So you live in a hotel there. How many months have you been there?
5-6 weeks.
5-6 weeks. Okay. Is it hard?
Yeah,
is it hard leaving the family? Because I know you have a young child now. Is that difficult for you? Do you get homesick?
And there's one on the way.
Yes.
Due any moment. It could be within 3 to 4 weeks. So it's a very exciting time for family Overeem. And yeah, I have to admit it is becoming a little bit more hard to leave them behind. You know, as a fighter, as an athlete, you have to be a little bit selfish. So that's a little bit of conflict that I have, right? Because you have to be selfish, but at the same time, you don't want to be selfish. You want to be with your family.
Sure.
So that's a little bit of thing. But so far, so good. The work has been done. Everybody's happy. Everybody's satisfied. And, yeah, I can't wait to get it over with and get back to my family.
Are we having a boy or a girl, by the way?
Another girl.
Why? You're upset? That's 3 for you. You know, I've noted this. The toughest men in the world always have girls, right?
I know. No, but I think it's time for a boy.
So you're going to keep going?
We keep going.
I love it.
Keep going strong.
I must congratulate you, Alistair, not only on becoming a father once again very soon, but the new website looks phenomenal. You have outdone yourself. And there's also a new episode of The Ream. The website is alistairovereem.com. I was watching the new episode this morning, and I noted in the episode that you made a point to really focus on your jiu-jitsu training. And I'm wondering if that's because you are fighting Fabricio Werdum. Was this a specific thing that you wanted to do because of the Werdum fight, or is this natural and it's just kind of a coincidence that you're spotlighting it in the new episode?
Kind of a coincidence. But, you know, jiu-jitsu is part of MMA. You know, MMA is a total sport. You have to work everything. You're as strong as your weakest link.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. Funny coincidence, though, right?
Yes. It's kind of weird seeing you with a white belt after all these years, and you've had so many great submissions. I was kind of like taken aback. Like, Alistair's only a white belt. You just don't really train in the gi, right?
I actually just promoted the blue belt.
Oh.
And, because that means you. Yeah, but you know, jiu-jitsu is also about structure. It's about being humble, and that's also the thing that I like about it. I train at Gracie Bar and at the Valenti Brothers.
Yeah.
Both magnificent gyms. I have a great development with these people over there, and yeah, and it's about being humble. It's about starting on the bottom of the ladder and progressing, and that's a little bit the thing. Because of course there's going to be jiu-jitsu guys that want to give me a black belt.
Sure.
But then I didn't earn it. I got it because who I am. And, yeah, I don't like that. I like to deserve things. I like to work hard for things. And these gentlemen supporting me fully in that direction. So, but I got promoted to blue belt.
Congrats.
When was that? 2 months ago?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on that. And so when you were offered this fight against Werdum, because your history goes back a decade to the Pride days, were you excited about this going, one more time with this guy, and you've maybe not been the best of friends over the years? Like, did you relish this opportunity to settle the score, or would you have preferred a fresh opponent, a new challenge?
No. I love the opportunity to fight Fabricio for the third time. I mean, he has indeed been my rival throughout the years, and his career is interesting. He always comes back stronger. He's done that a couple of times. I can only respect him for that. I kind of always knew there would be a third fight after the second fight. So always kept an eye on him and really saw him, indeed come back stronger every time and having great performances here and there. Becoming UFC heavyweight champion, I was actually excited for that because when I remember Fabricio coming into Pride, and then we're talking about 2004, 2005, he was not the most talented guy. He actually was very awkward. His striking was awkward. He didn't have takedowns. He had his jiu-jitsu gun. He was, of course, jiu-jitsu champion. But, through hard work, perseverance, falling down, getting back on your feet, keeping going, he eventually got there. And to me, that was a big motivator to myself.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I actually, he is a rival, but I actually have a lot of respect for the guy.
Wow. So you've drawn inspiration from his trials and tribulations and the way he's come back over the years.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't expect that.
And I study him a lot. He's actually a fighter who, not the most explosive, but he gets the job done. He's clever. He's creative. He's very dedicated.
Mm.
This is something that I can respect.
You tweeted a video of him talking about you and sort of joking about, him calling you cocky and things like that. But this is all in good fun. You don't take any of his comments about you personally?
Those comments were from the second fight, and I think that the rivalry was a little bit more heated there.
Yeah.
We're at the heydays of our career right now. At least I'm still going strong, but I believe that he is a little bit at his heydays. To me, there doesn't have to be smack talk. If there is, there's also fine. But if there's not, it doesn't have to be. I just have respect for the guy. That's it.
Good. I like to hear that.
And let's be honest. let's be honest, he has had tremendous achievements.
Yes.
Right? He submitted Fedor. He was the first to do that. He became UFC champion, submitting Kane. He had a good run in UFC. He at first got cut by the UFC, came back. So these are all things, falling down, getting back on your feet. That's something that he's been through and always came back stronger. So very interesting material for this first fight. I'm very excited.
I feel like after the second fight between you two, it was a turning point in his career because you remember in that fight, it was very bizarre. He kept flopping to the ground and trying to get you to the ground. And then afterwards, you guys went into the UFC and he improved his striking considerably. It's almost like when he fought you that second time in Dallas, he did not have any faith in his striking. He wasn't confident to go toe-to-toe with you. And after that, when he came into the UFC, I believe UFC 143, he was a completely different fighter. And so what I'm asking you is, do you expect to see the Werdum that we've seen as of late, who is confident in his striking, his Muay Thai, standing on his feet, or do you think once again that he's going to try to take you to the ground?
I expect a Werdum who's very ready. He's going to be ready wherever the fight may be. I do believe that once Werdum is going to start to be getting hit and hit hard, he will revert to his roots, his origins, and that is his jiu-jitsu game.
Mm-hmm. So at some point, you think that will he try to pull off the same kind of thing that he did in Dallas? Because that did not make for a very fan-friendly fight, if you recall.
No, that's correct. That's correct.
Are you expecting that sort of game plan?
No. I have an open mind. I'm not expecting anything.
Okay.
But I'm ready for it. If you know what that means.
Yes, of course. It's good to be ready. Stay ready. You're going back to Vegas. Are we going to avoid what did you do? You find out what you ate that led you to be sick before the Mark Hunt fight? You had some food poisoning, right?
Yeah, it was a piece of sushi. We're not going to be doing sushi this time.
Good. Let's cut that out. Did you hear?
Sushi, yeah.
Did you hear what Mark said on my show a couple of weeks ago about that incident?
No. What did he say?
Well, he basically said that, I don't believe that you were sick, that you went to get an IV. He had some choice words, but he was basically calling BS on the whole thing. Didn't believe you were sick, thought you went to get an IV, and, we're kind of skirting the system, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. I don't know. Mark is also one of those veteran fighters. I respect him a lot. But in the end, he's just a talker. In the end, I fought him twice. I beat him as a light heavyweight. I broke his arm. And I've knocked him out as a heavyweight. And actually, both fights, I was not fit because the first fight I'm a light heavyweight fighting a guy. I was 106 kilos. Fighting him who was 135 kilos. That's, what is that, 235. I'm 235. He's 280.
Mm-hmm.
I broke his arm. And that was on a short notice. That was on a 5-day notice. I got the call on Monday. On, I think Tuesday or Wednesday, I was in the plane, and Saturday we fought. Now, I had a good camp, but I had food poisoning the day before. And I knocked him out. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he wants from me. I think I've shown to the world that I'm the better fighter. And all the other stuff, words don't hurt. If he wants to keep talking. To me, he's a guy who talks a lot anyways. He's just talking because he has no facts, has no evidence. He doesn't have anything to back it up. I thought of him a little bit higher previously. I actually, I'm a fan of his fight style. Still am. But, mental-wise, I think he's a little bit, I think he's a little bit out there.
So you feel like maybe a lot of things have happened to him. He's getting up there in his career, and he's just throwing out accusations. You're almost like you're like a duck. The water just rolls off your back. You don't take any of this personally.
No, I don't.
I commend you.
It's a fight sport. The only thing that matters. Yeah, but words don't hurt. Come on. How old are we?
Yeah.
The only thing that matters is who walks out of that octagon or ring. In this case, an octagon with their hands raised. That's the only thing that matters. And I beat him twice. I knocked him out. Maybe it's still bothering him. I can imagine it's still bothering him, right? He didn't get knocked out often. So, of course it's going to bother him.
I thought that after that...
It's never nice to get knocked out.
No. But I mean...
I've never been knocked out.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Not quite.
But it's of course you've never been knocked out. You got taken down by me, but no, but.
Well, I mean, wait a second. Before we talk about the takedown, I mean, I stopped the takedown for like 6 seconds. Also, I was holding a microphone in my hand. If we're gonna score that exchange, I think that would be a 10-7 for me, and I think I'm actually being kind by saying 10-7. Could even be a 10-6 if we're being honest.
Yeah, it's never nice to be knocked out. It has something humiliating to it, right? You got knocked out. No, you got knocked out. In the Middle Ages, in ancient times, what are you talking Middle Age? In ancient times, and maybe not even ancient times, 100 years ago and more, you get knocked out, you're dead.
Right.
You're still.
What do you mean?
And I thought the line broke up.
Oh, yeah.
But 100 years, if you're in a fight and you get knocked out, you're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it has a little humiliating, I think, to it.
Okay, fair enough. I thought it was a major turning point for you in your career after that fight, because I remember there was a time you were fighting in K1, and I'm interviewing Dana White, and he's like, who's Alistair Overeem? He's not done anything, blah, 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 blah. And then he sat up there with you after that fight and was telling the world what you did and the courage that you had and praising you. I thought that was a major breakthrough in your friendship, in your relationship, your business relationship, your working relationship. Did you feel the love? Did you feel the same way, or am I a little too dramatic here?
Well, you're being very positive, but that's a good thing. Yeah. I can appreciate that. Yeah, things are positive. I think things are positive. You know, I'm just doing my thing. I'm doing my best. And then time will tell, right? Time will define what happens.
Do you really believe, Alistair, that if you win this fight, you're getting the next shot at the belt?
You know, if there's no injuries and no other X factors, I do believe so, yes.
Have you been told that?
Well, you know, I don't like to say things with certainty because there are many X factors, right?
Sure.
You know that.
Yeah.
So let's just focus on getting through this fight. Focus is 100% on everything's perfect. And not look ahead. Just be humble. And then we're going to get the job done, and then we'll see what happens.
Did you watch the Miocic JDS fight in May? And if so, were you impressed with Miocic? You fought both men.
Yeah, I was very impressed with Stipe. He just keeps improving. Very explosive, very offensive guy. I was impressed. And he seems to me like a cool dude as well to hang out with. I mean, obviously we're not going to hang out. We're enemies. We're rivals. And
sure.
I'm actually coming for him. But he seems to be a genuine guy. No bad vibes. He's positive about everybody. I can only. What can you say to that? You can only applaud it.
Sure. How many more years do you want to do this for, Alistair? Like, now that you're getting up there with the family and everything, are you starting to appreciate the fight week and the experience and say, okay, maybe I only have 2, 3, 4 of these? Like, how do you think as you approach these fight weeks?
Well, still enjoying it. That's one thing. Of course, if you're not enjoying it, just quit.
Yeah.
So I'm still enjoying it. My body is perfect, and I put a lot of resources into that. I eat very healthy throughout the year. I always stay in shape. Some things that I've definitely, become 24/7, 365. I think as long as the body holds, the body's still perfect. I can still go 4, 5, 6 years.
Okay.
But if it changes, things can change, right?
Yeah.
Then it changes.
Well, when you see a guy like Fedor get knocked out and continuously get hit more and more, does that make you start to think about your own career and longevity and things like that? Because no fighter wants to kind of be in a position where people are trying to nudge you out, right? Because of your performances.
Cannon fodder, yeah, be cannon fodder to other fighters. These are interesting discussions I'm having with my crew because indeed you're saying Fedor's 41 years old now, right?
Is he that old?
41.
Is he 41?
Oh, yeah, he's 40 or 41.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. He's 40.
40.
He's 40.
Yeah. So you're it's a good question because yes, on the one hand, fighting makes money, But on the other hand, it's not nice to see, because, I'm also a little bit a fan of Fedor. And yes, there's been some things between us. The fight never happened, blah, blah, blah. He never tested himself in the UFC. But still, he was the man in Pride. And I was kind of like a little boy back then. And he was smashing everybody. And, yeah, he had an amazing fight style. But it's not nice to see your one of your heroes, one of your idols, coming back at that later age and then losing the way that he did. So that's an interesting discussion. People coming back, accepting fights, is basically for the money. What else is it for? If he wanted to fight, he would do combat sambo, because you don't get money for that. There's no exposure there.
Yeah.
Right? But you're still competing. If it was his love for competition, he would do that, or he would do something else. He could do jiu-jitsu tournaments. Why is he not doing that? No, he came back to Bellator to fight in Bellator. But then yeah, it's a money-driven decision, and that's a little bit hard to see.
Would you,
in my opinion,
would you suggest that he stop fighting?
Blame him, because it's, huh?
Would you suggest that he stop fighting for his own health?
Well, he made a lot of a lot of decisions that I don't agree with.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's him or his management, because nobody's ever having these conversations with him too. We're having a real conversation. When people are interviewing Fedor, it's always translators.
Yeah.
We're in ads. It's not a real conversation. But he should have came to the UFC. He should have tested himself in the UFC. USADA is there. There's random drug tests for everybody. It's a fair playing field. Bellator does not have that. Other promotions in the world does not have that. He should come to the UFC, and he should do that. Instead, I don't know. It's weird decisions.
Weird decisions. Did you train at Jackson Wink for this fight?
Yes.
Okay. Will you? Because last time you didn't have like Winklejohn or Greg Jackson in your corner. Will you have either of them in your corner this time?
Not one of the two, but I work with other coaches at the gym.
Yeah. Okay. They're sort of like the faces of the coaching staff. That's why I was curious.
Yeah. No, but I train with them. I work with them. We're in touch.
Okay.
They were very dedicated for the Holly fight. They were totally into that. So it's also a very relaxed vibe at the gym. So I'm not stressing them. They're not stressing me. If we see each other, we work together. If not, it's fine.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. Well, I'm looking forward to it, Alistair. Do you want to give us a prediction, or we don't do that sort of thing? I can't remember if you like to do that.
I predict that I will win.
That's good. It would have been newsworthy if you would have said otherwise.
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Are we going to get an episode of The Ream before the fight, Friday, Thursday, something like that?
No, but it's coming after the fight. It's coming soon after the fight.
Okay. Well, there is a new episode out right now on AlistairOvereem.com, the brand new AlistairOvereem.com. And I appreciate you squeezing us in. I know you're heading out there any minute now. So I appreciate you coming on the show and talking a bit about the fight, Alistair. And I hope to see you over there in Las Vegas as well.
Hey, and while you guys are at it, watch some of the older episodes.
Yeah.
I'm actually so happy that I started to do the documentary series, The Ream, because there's older episodes like full of K1, and it's just very funny to see. The strikers in there. There's going to be my second fight with Werdum is in there somewhere.
Yeah.
I think season 2, Cyborg Grand Prix. So if you have a chance, go check out the older episodes. They're cool as well.
Can I ask you one last thing before I let you go, Alistair? Just because you, in my opinion, are the face of Dutch MMA, do you have any thoughts on what happened with Jermaine Durandamy?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a sensitive topic.
Okay. So you'd rather not?
I have no idea what happened.
Okay.
No, I can listen, we're having a conversation. I can voice my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not in touch with her.
Okay.
I've never really been in touch with her. Yeah. I don't know what happened. It's very strange. She's not communicating. She needed surgery. She didn't need surgery. She wanted to get Hall at a rematch. Well, there's one thing, sir. She did not want to fight Cyborg. Those comments, non-improving cheater. Of course, you follow it on social media. Those are pretty harsh statements. I don't believe for her to make. Yeah, now she lost the belt, and she's surprised. Another very strange, very strange. What is her strategy? I don't know. I heard some rumors that Germaine didn't want to fight another Dutch girl. I don't know if you heard of her, Jorina Baas. She's she beat Cyborg actually.
Yep.
She's
In line fights.
Yeah, line fights. She's very sweet. She's a hard worker. And I heard a little bit that Germaine kind of avoided to fight her as well. I don't know if it has any truth to it. But, yeah, if it means that you're picking your opponents, that's not a fighter mentality, right? That's not a fighter mentality at all. So, it doesn't look good at all. Does not look good at all for Germaine. And now she's not champion anymore, so she has had her penalty.
It's a crazy turn of events. She once fought a man on television. I don't know if you ever saw that. She fought a man. So,
what kind of man it was that? Right? That's also a question. She fought a man. Yeah, but what man? It was not an Alistair Overeem.
I know.
Or Junior Dos Santos.
I know.
It was some. I know some men who can't fight. I mean, you can't even fight. I'm sure that Germaine would beat.
She would. She would 100% beat me up. Are you kidding?
Yeah. So, but there's another thing. What was the other thing? I don't remember. I want to say something, but I can't remember. It just doesn't look good. This is what I want to say. Holly, I think that Holly also beat her. I don't believe that Germaine, and this is me being Dutch, and I know that some Dutch fans will not like it that I say it, but I have to be honest, and we Dutch are very proud to be honest and voice our opinion. I thought that Holly got that fight. She had cage control. She knocked her down twice with a head kick. There were illegal strikes after the bell. Holly actually won that belt in the first place. So, yeah.
I agree. And I appreciate your honesty, Alistair. And it's good to catch up with you. And I wish you the best. And I hope to see you in Las Vegas as well.
I got to see you in Vegas?
I will be there.
You're going to defend the takedown this time?
One hand, any day. Against you, I'm glad you're working on your ground game after that piss-poor performance. Thank you, Alistair. We'll talk to you soon. Appreciate it.
Okay, dude. Have a good one.
All right. We'll see you there. All right. There he is, Alistair Overeem. Before we get into our next guest, let me tell you something about our newest sponsor. UFC fighters are tough. You know what else is tough? Toyo Tires. That's why Toyo has been a proud sponsor of the UFC for many, many years. Just like the UFC fighters, Toyo Tires are built for battle. It's all or nothing philosophy. That's what they've got. Durability, aggressive design, on and off-road capabilities. Yes to all of them. Living life on the highway, Toyo has you covered. Spending some serious time off-road, they have a tire for that too. No matter what you drive, Toyo has what you need, and frankly, these tires just look so damn cool. Any vehicle, every terrain, all or nothing, Toyo tires. The next time you need tires, ask for Toyo. To experience more, go to toyotires.com/UFC. That's toyotires.com/UFC. Okay, let's move along. Thank you very much to Toyo Tires. Thank you very much to Alistair Overeem. Let's go to our next guest. Been wanting to talk to her for a little bit now because, as I said last week on the program, she has enjoyed an amazing career resurgence, in my opinion. There was a time 2 years ago where I think a lot of people thought that, time was on the other side of things for one Felice Herrig, but she has turned things around in a beautiful way. She has now won 3 in a row, and she is screwing up all kinds of plans for the UFC, coming off that win over Justine Kish last week in Oklahoma City. She joins us now via the magic of Skype. Let us go over there. There she is, Felice outside. Hello, Felice. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. I'm enjoying this nice weather, you know.
Yeah.
And my cat, Quinn, is on my lap.
Oh, we can't see your cat.
But now you can.
There, he or she?
She.
Does she have a
Girl,
leash?
her name is Quinn. Yeah, I only let her outside on the leash because I don't want her to, run off and leave me.
Sure.
First chance she gets, probably doesn't want to be with me.
Why is that?
No, she.
Okay.
No, she loves me. She's my special. She's very special. But I like to bring her outside because she really enjoys it. And I came outside to do the interview, and she just jumped on my lap. So.
Is this your neighborhood? Is this your neighborhood behind us?
Yes. I'm on my porch.
Okay.
So I hope it's. I hope I don't get stalkers. I hope they don't notice the neighborhood.
No, I don't think. I think it's very nondescript. So I think you're okay. Again, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on the resurgence. Is there, like, I know these things are hard to answer, and I know you probably get this question a lot, but is there a reason or two for the resurgence, how you've turned things around, why you've looked so good, in my opinion, the best of your career?
Yeah, actually, I think I did things really wrong for a long time, and I was very stubborn. I actually had a lot of eating disorders from years and years of fighting and dieting and cutting weight and moving up in weight and down in weight. Because, before there was, the UFC, before there was Invicta, there wasn't really that many opportunities for women. So I took what I could get. I was on a reality show 10 years ago, Fight Girls. It was on the Oxygen channel. It was all Muay Thai. I was walking around like 117 around them. Then I got offered to be on the World Combat League with Chuck Norris, and the only weight class they had for women was 128. And so I fluctuated in weight, trying to get up and down. And because of that, I just didn't know how to cut weight anymore. And I just went down that road of, I wouldn't want to say I was anorexic, but I wasn't eating to perform. Like, I was just eating to cut weight, to lose weight. There would be times where I would legit eat a can of tuna a day and break it up into 6 meals. That's how extreme I was. And I always knew, but I'm super obsessive. So I trained so hard. And I always knew that when it came time to fight, that there was something off. There was something missing, that I was way better in the gym than I was in the cage. And I thought that it was just always going to be that way. Plus, I had so much anxiety that I would go in there and I would be so tense, and I would just, I couldn't be calm. And I found a way to be calm. And I think even in my last 3 fights, where my performances have probably been the best to date, you'll see that I'm very calm in there. And I found a way to just relax. And I don't have eating disorders anymore. Now I eat so much. I eat a lot. I eat for energy. I started working, I eat for performance. I started working with, a doctor who did a bunch of labs on me. He said that after I had lost to Paige Van Zandt, I had worked with the doctor because I was like, there's something happened to me in that fight. I couldn't move, and I don't know what happened. And we did all these labs, we did blood, urine, saliva, everything. And he was like, you've been performing at less than 50% of your capabilities for at least 5 years now.
Wow.
And it was because of all the anxiety and all the stress and everything I put my body through. And I took that year off, and we took time to rebuild, and I started enjoying the process. And now I enjoy training again because I've always loved fighting, and I've always been super obsessed and super dedicated. But now it's like I don't feel that I need to be deprived. And I used to think that if I wasn't suffering, I didn't want it bad enough. I wasn't training hard enough. I would, train 6-7 days straight. I would train every single day, twice a day. And I just didn't feel well. And I think that that's also why my performances were lacking, because I wasn't enjoying it anymore. I wasn't having fun with it anymore. And now it's like, I take Sundays and Wednesdays off. I don't always train twice a day. I'll train longer sessions because I feel like my body has longer to recover. I just listen to my body. I eat a lot more, and I eat healthy, but it's so hard to explain. You'd have to. And I'm going on a tangent here, but it's because it's so much. It's so much information. And I think that people thought that I was on my way out. And even in my mind, I was like, why is this happening? Why are my performances the way they are when I know I'm one of the hardest I'm such a hard worker. I'm obsessive, and my obsession kind of was my demise. It was what held me back. And I'm still obsessed, but I have balance.
So lately, you have been very open with these comments about your eating disorders and what you've done to your body and overtraining and not doing things the right way and feeling like maybe you were on the way out and now regrouping. And of course, after the fight on Sunday, you were very open about sort of, I guess, your relationship or standing with the UFC. And so I'm wondering, is there a reason why you have been so open as of late, or is this just part of your maturation and feeling more comfortable with yourself and feeling like, yeah, I can speak out and, maybe good things will come as a result?
No, I've always been real. And, I think that the problem is, it's like you get caught in the politics and it's kind of ass backwards. I've completely rededicated myself to the sport and what should really matter. Before I got so much, people would all talk so harshly on me because of the way I maybe marketed myself, or because, I was, really into like promoting and, social media and this and that. And people were, oh, she's not a legit fighter. And then I came back and I proved I am a legit fighter. You look at my last 3 performances, and I think I've just been in the sport long enough to where I'm like, I do everything right, and I don't get rewarded for it. And so it's like, well, what's the harm in speaking out? I'm not getting what I feel I deserve it, without speaking out. So maybe speaking out will take a turn of events. And I have a really hard time, I'd say, holding back. I'm very emotional, and sometimes I don't really realize I'm being so honest, because that's the only way I know how to be. Like, if you ask me flat out a question, like, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, no matter what the answer is, like, I really don't tiptoe around things. I just speak my mind, and I speak from my heart. And I think that's the way you should be, And I'm just sick of the politics, honestly.
Did you hear from anyone in the UFC after your comments last week saying that you felt like you're not pretty enough and young enough to get really pushed by the UFC? And sure, did you hear from anyone?
I didn't. I actually just got a new number in training camp, and I didn't really give my number to very many people. But I guess the PR team reached out to my manager, and they were like, and my manager broke it down, Brian Butler, like the reasons why I feel this way. Because it's not like I'm just being a baby. It's not like it's not like I can't back up my statements. That's the thing. I'm not just going on this soapbox tangents and being like, poor me, boo-hoo, I'm mistreated. Like, I have a timeline of reasons why I feel this way. And, they reached out to my manager, and they said that things are going to turn around. And I would like to believe that that's true. But, at the same token, I think that I'm a very self-made woman. I've been in the sport for a long time. Nobody can tell me that I don't deserve to be where I'm at. Nobody can say that I haven't worked hard. I'm very confident in what I've accomplished, and especially from where I've come from. And I hope things turn around. But the same token, I feel that in the end, I will get what I deserve. And it doesn't always, nothing happens overnight. And I think that's, I think that when things do happen overnight, you don't appreciate them. And I'm a fighter. Like, not just in the cage, like, I'm a fighter in life, so I'm gonna get what's mine. And I'm gonna fight for it.
Certainly respect you for that. Something I brought up last week, and also Courtney Casey brought this up when I asked her about your comments, because she was on last week. We didn't talk to you. Early in your career, I do remember even talking to you about this early days of the show, and some of your, I guess, opponents, critics, if you want to call them that, would mention this as well. Like, you were never afraid to kind of put yourself out there, right? To sort of, I don't know, like, market yourself in a certain way and market yourself as a pretty woman and things like that. Did you feel like you had to do that in order to gain, like, did you not want to do that and feel like you had to do that? Because when I heard the comments last week, I was like, well, it's interesting coming from you, only because there was a time where, a lot more than now, you were very open with, on social media and things like that, with pictures, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I still am. I'm still, at that time, there wasn't opportunities for women. And I felt that I know how I don't disagree that there's a whole marketing aspect behind, the fighting and putting yourself out there. I'm not I'm not contradicting myself or what I did in the past, like, but times have changed. Like, since I've been fighting for 15 years. So in a long period, like, I remember at one point, Dana White said there would never be women in the UFC. Well, lo and behold, he creates 1 division, 2 divisions, 3 divisions. Now we're on our 4th division. Invicta opened up. Like, before it was, you had to market yourself. You had to put yourself out there. I put myself out there, and I knew, like, everybody knows sex sells. It was unfortunate that sometimes, and I'm comfortable with myself too. So I never really did anything that I was uncomfortable with, but maybe I was more obsessed with it because I was like, crap, like, this is how people recognize me. They're not going to watch my fights if they're not like, whoa, this girl's hot. Now I want to see her kick some ass. I was, doing what I felt at the time I needed to do to get attention, to bring attention to my fighting. And in the end, like, all I've ever cared about was fighting. Like, I know people think that, like, it was all about social media and the marketing and the promoting and this and that, but I was just trying to have a career in a time where it was kind of unheard of for women to have a career in fighting. And so my comments weren't against the, marketing looks and whatnot, but it shouldn't be overlooking talent, or it shouldn't be like, oh, this person actually can't fight, but they're pretty hot, so let's just market them and promote them and get behind them, even though we have these other girls who...
Do you feel like that's the
not
case?
Even girls, men too.
Do you feel like that's the case right now?
I absolutely feel that's the case because, even when you look at the top 10, like the past few years, it's like there's women in there where you're kind of like, why are they even in the top 10? And I felt like it was just, to market and promote fights. And even I know it's true because I was offered December when Michelle Waterson fought Paige Van Zandt. I was offered the fight with Michelle Waterson. And that's a fight I've wanted for years because we were on that show Fight Girls together. Yeah. And actually, Michelle turned down fights with me on numerous occasions. And when Sean Shelby called me for that fight, I was like, this is a fight I'd want. I was very excited about it. And I sat and he was like, okay, we just got to, get clearance from, because she had broken her hand prior to that. And she's like, we're just waiting on clearance from her doctor. And then a couple weeks later, and I hadn't heard back. A couple weeks later, I find out through the fight announcement that Michelle Waterson is fighting Paige Van Zandt on the card that I was supposed to fight Michelle Waterson on. And then when my manager, went to Sean, like, why did you take that fight away from Felice? It's like, oh, well, we just thought that this one would be a little more marketable. So it doesn't,
That was the word used, marketable?
Yes.
Okay. And so is this disheartening? Like, do you feel like you'll only go so far now in your career? Because you said you
No, I think I just have to work. I know. I mean, I'm gonna keep pushing forward. That's what I do. I do feel that, it would be nice to have the UFC have my back because they do have their machine behind them. And I think opportunities will always continue to present themselves. Unfortunately, I have to create them for myself rather than, myself, my management team, rather than maybe me getting behind me. And it is hard because, even I don't think, even my last few fights, I've been the underdog, and I wasn't supposed to win. I was like a 3-1 underdog with Alexa Grasso, and even winning didn't. I thought like if I was just gonna, I'm doing my job. I'm showing up to fight, and I'm fighting well, and I'm fighting my heart out, and you can tell that like just keep getting better and better, and I'm beating people in all different ways, and I'm just like, what more can I do? I don't. And then to have people try to take my victories away from me and make excuses for my opponents rather than giving me credit for my victories.
I would be remiss if I also don't ask you about the actual fight and what happened in the fight that everyone's talking about. I did not notice it, but obviously Justine, had an accident. You noticed it in the middle of the fight? You realized this?
No, not in the middle of the fight. Maybe more towards the end.
But you noticed it while the fight was going on.
Yes.
Does that affect? I mean,
no.
No.
When I had it back, I didn't really know exactly. I just smelled something.
You did. Does that not like completely throw you off your game? For those that don't know, Justine has admitted that she had an accident. She defecated in the middle of the fight. This has happened before, but I mean, you can look it up. I totally did not notice it, but kudos to her for, owning it and kind of laughing it off. But you're the one fighting her. That doesn't like mess you up while you're fighting?
No.
Wow. Well done.
And that's honesty. I think it's almost like, like the adrenaline. Like people, like you've seen, like people can break their hand in a fight, or they can get like hit so hard, and like, but you have that adrenaline, and you don't. The fight, like if I would let little things like that like throw me off my game, then like I said, I found a way to be calm under pressure, and I feel bad for Justine, I really do, and I'm not. I would never. It's hard to even talk about it because I don't want to keep. I don't want her to keep reliving it. Like every time Felice does an interview, they're going to bring it up, know. But it didn't faze me. I think when you're a fighter and you're like focused, like you just have tunnel vision, and you just go out there and you have a job to do.
That's so. And, what about afterwards? Like when you got to the back and you're no longer in front of people, and how did you? Yeah, that's never happened to you, I would imagine, right?
No, it wasn't, afterwards, like, I noticed it, like, a little bit towards the end of the fight, and then as I stood up, and then I just had my, corner clean me off, and then I was fine with, I'm gross. I don't like it, like, gross stuff doesn't really bother me. Like, I was eager to take a shower, but I had to go back and do my interviews, and
wow.
I think it's different if I lost, but I was just so excited that I won. Like almost nothing could really faze me. I mean, if that happened to me and I lost, then I'd be thinking about this, I'd be thinking about that, and, but I didn't. I was happy. I was happy-go-lucky.
All right, fair enough. So you say that you want the Watterson fight. I mean, last I heard, I don't think she's booked. Is that the one that you want next? Would that make the most sense as you continue to sort of knock off some of the top stars in the UFC?
It makes sense. I mean, Paige is not even in the rankings anymore. She's not like, I feel like my performances since that fight, you can obviously tell that there was a clear-cut difference, that something was not okay with me in the fight. And then by her performances since then, like it doesn't really make sense for me to fight her. It would make more sense for me to fight Michelle Watterson. And, that would be the fight that I would want, and actually be the fight that I believe that I deserve, especially after having it taken away from me. We're both in the top 10, and work my way through the ranks, and I don't know, that would be the fight that I would want.
Would you like to also sit down with the UFC and have a conversation about the marketing and the way you're being pushed and things like that? Is that something that you're interested in?
I think that that's my manager's job to do.
Okay.
Not that when I'm an emotional person, and I think that that's the reason why fighters and athletes and entertainers should have managers, is because we're so we're so emotional, we're so close to it, that we need somebody who can actually just state facts and be like, and negotiate, on our behalf. I say, like I would probably cry again. I would get nothing accomplished. They'd be like, we can't understand you, Felice. Blow your nose, wipe your tears. Like I would be able to do it. And I'm actually not really a confrontational person.
Wow.
It would be so hard for me to do. Yeah, it'd be really hard.
I get that the manager. I get that that's the manager's job, but if it's something that's bothering you, maybe you can express yourself or cite examples. But, you know, again, you do hire a manager to be that buffer. So there's no right answer here. I was just curious if that was something that you were hoping to do, have a face-to-face meeting so that things could change in your opinion.
Well, it's almost like, who would I have a face-to-face meeting with? When I had a meeting with Dana White about problems I had in the past, he pretty much shrugged it off. Like, you know, so it didn't get anything accomplished. And now I'm almost scared. And I thought I had a good relationship with Dana White. Like, I really liked him as a person. Like, I don't, but it's frustrating when you feel that you're close to somebody and you bring something up that you don't think you're being unfair about, and they kind of tell you that there's nothing they can do about it. And I'll give you an example of what I'm speaking of. When I fought Kylan Curran, before I fought Kylan Curran, I found out she got a really big pay bump. And she got a pay bump after losing 2 fights in a row. Mind you, also being finished. And then she won 1 fight and she got a pay bump. And it was double the amount of money I was making. And even if you go by marketing or whatever, like, I have a bigger social media following than her. I was more well known. I had gotten off The Ultimate Fighter. And I was like, Dana, and, you know, Sean Shelby said, that was Dana White. He did that, so you got to talk to Dana. And I was like, Dana, I don't understand why you gave Kylan the deal that you gave her. I'm like, I feel like I at least, if you're going to give somebody like Kylan that deal, I at least deserve that. And he's like, that's Sean Shelby's world, not mine. And I'm like, you did, you know what I mean? So it's like, I felt like, well, who do I turn to? Who do I go to get something done? And after that, I'm just like, I'm just going to keep fighting and keep, you know, the people can't, you know, I can't be denied. Like, it's a sport. My job really is to go out there and perform and keep getting better and keep winning. And that's what I'm doing. And I feel like I've been doing a good job. And I've had a really good comeback story, and not a lot of people know about it because it's not, you know, talked about, and it's, I don't know.
Well, you're doing a great job now, and we have definitely noticed, and I appreciate your honesty, and I appreciate you coming out, because I know, as you said, you're not confrontational, so it takes a lot of courage to do that, especially when you're talking about essentially the company that you are working for. So want to congratulate you on the run, congratulate you on the honesty. Not being fazed by having someone's, you know, number 2 on you. That is maybe most impressive of all, at least for me, who is OCD and a hypochondriac. So well done, Felice. Good to talk to you again, and enjoy the summer months in Illinois. It looks beautiful over there.
Yeah, it's really nice. Thank you.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. There she is, Felice Herrig, stopping by. Great to hear from her. It has been a while since she has been on the program, and definitely want to congratulate her on the run as of late. So as I said at the top of the show, let's stick with this women's MMA theme here for a second. It has been commendable what Invicta has done in their 5-year existence, because they remind me a lot of my favorite baseball team, the Montreal Expos. You can see them right over there as I honor them, who were famous for building talent and making them into all-stars, and then the big market teams would take them away. But what was so impressive about them was they continued to build new stars. And that kind of reminds me of Invicta right now. In the last couple of weeks, they have seen Cris Cyborg, Megan Anderson, and Tonya Evinger, 3 champions, go to the UFC. So I thought this would be an interesting time to talk to their president, Shannon Knapp, who has done a phenomenal job of building talent, seeing them walk away, but then continue to build new talent, which is no small task. She joins us now via the magic of Skype. There she is. Shannon, how are you?
Hey there. I'm good, thank you.
Good to talk to you. It has been a while, and it's nice to have you back on the program. And so I'm wondering, what has the last couple of weeks been for you to see Cyborg and Megan, and then Tonya out of the blue, who, by the way, Megan and Tonya were scheduled to headline your next show in July, in mid-July. What has this been like? You keep rolling along, but deep down, has it stung a little bit?
You know, I'd be lying to say there hasn't been struggle, but you really forget about the struggle when you see the excitement of the athlete and the opportunity that they're going to have. But come on, Invicta was born, we built Invicta out of the need. So there was already a struggle. We always knew it was going to be a lot of work as we build out these divisions, but it's so much more gratifying when you look at the athlete and you see him get to fulfill a dream, or it makes a huge impact across the board sport. So it's all worth it in the end.
And so how does this work? Do these athletes just call you up and say, okay, I got an offer. Am I free to go? Does someone from the UFC call you? What's the workflow here, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, the UFC, Sean Shelby, and anybody that there have always been good about, even if an athlete approaches them, Sean will pick up the phone and call me, and we'll talk about it and see what our long-term is and, plans with them and, how I feel about it, whether or that kind of stuff. But they've always been incredibly respectful. That's what not everybody wants to hear, but that is absolutely the truth. And then from there, Sean, I'll either say yes, no, whatever I say at that time, and then he'll take care of it on his end. And then, of course, I always get the phone call from the athlete management as well.
Have you ever said no? Have you ever said, like in this case, I wouldn't have been surprised if you said no about Tonya, because she was headlining your show in what, 2 weeks? Essentially 2 weeks, right? A little over 2 weeks. So it's super close. Have you ever said, you know what, this time I have to put my foot down?
No, I'm trying to think, I answer that very honestly. There have been an athlete that wanted to go over that I've said, I think it's too soon. I think you need to take more time. I think you're going to be, you're on your way, but you need a few more fights, something like that. But I've never held anybody back.
Wow.
No, not across the board. No, maybe, I think there's one or two out there that think I have, but the truth is that, the UFC didn't want him at that time. So that would be the honest truth.
And so
but holding him back, and I think that it's important that people remember too that, I let athletes go over to Bellator as well.
Yeah, okay, so that was actually my next question. You have a working relationship with the UFC because you are broadcast on UFC Fight Pass. But if Bellator would have called you and said, we need Tonya for a title fight against Julia Budd, would you have also said yes to that?
I think there is a difference, to be honest with you, because, we do have a broadcast distribution deal with the UFC, and they are partners in that. So I think that you always go the extra mile. It doesn't matter who it is and what business, what relationship, for the person that you are. I might have differently in that case. I'm not going to lie. If Bellator reached out and asked for my main event, and I'm a few weeks out. But, the UFC has been incredibly supportive of Invicta. And I think people forget to look at the benefits too. I think it sends a message across, the whole sport to let everybody know that Invicta does care about the athlete, and that, we want to, we do our best to help the athletes get to where they want to go. I think the other thing is I could never, ever pay, for that marketing that we're going to get across, and the attention that we'll get from those athletes coming from Invicta.
Do you, in a weird way, kind of feel like this title fight, the Cyborg Evinger fight, is a celebration of Invicta? This is an Invicta super fight. This is your 135-pound champion against, kind of recently your 140. Like, do you feel like this is actually a feather in your cap? And is there a possibility that, in the promotion, in the buildup, that it will be acknowledged that these are two Invicta champions coming together to fight on a UFC stage?
Well, I definitely think you can't talk about them without talking about that fact, for sure. She's been here for quite some time. She's, been a dominant athlete here in that division. To be honest with you, she is probably one of the best athletes I've ever worked with my whole entire career. And, that's saying something. She's always game. Sometimes I call her up on those last minute fights and things like that. And I can't even get it out of my mouth before she's already said yes. Doesn't even know who the opponent is. She's just always game. And a lot of times I think, you see that a lot with younger athletes, but when you get a more seasoned vet like, Tonya, or 5 or 6 fights in the pro side, it seems that everybody's a lot more cautious, and she's just always really ready to go. So, it's really exciting to look over there. It's proud. It's a proud moment to see that, and our commitment has always been, or to say mine has always been, to develop these divisions. So when you get to see that, it's very gratifying.
When you guys launched in 2012, and it was 2012, was it not?
Yeah.
When you launched in 2012, the UFC had not yet, if I'm remembering correctly, had not yet unveiled its 135 division, introduced that. And of course, since then, it's 135, it's 145, it's 115, it's 125 coming up. Bellator, 145, 135, 125 as well recently. Are you happy when you see these other organizations open up divisions? Because that kind of, in a way, it sort of keeps you running, it keeps the machine going? Or do you say like, oh gosh, can you just leave 125 alone? Can that just be our thing? Because right now, the only division that is exclusive to you is 105, a fantastic division that has produced a lot of big names, but that's the only one left.
Yeah, the thing is that the reason, I built Invicta was the need. That was it, is that nobody was willing to jump in head first and, work on organizing and building out the talent in these divisions. So really that was the commitment. And to be able to look over now and see that, because I got it, I saw it, but nobody else, was really into it, and they weren't fostering it, along at that time. So to be able to do what we've done here and be part of that, just like, the years that I worked on the male side of the sport, that is incredible. Not everybody gets that opportunity. And, Invicta is very instrumental, I believe, in developing those divisions, continuing to create the depth and to do good things. We genuinely, I keep saying wait because I have a big team. Me as an owner, I genuinely want to see them be successful. That is very important to me. And if someone doesn't want to be here, quite frankly and honestly, I don't want them here. We're like a family. It's important for us to kind of to push these athletes along, get the experience and prepare them for a big stage, bigger. I know a lot of people look at us and refer to us as regional, but outside of the UFC and Bellator here in the United States, who brings in as much international talent as we do? We're really committed to this space and really changing the game for the women. And I think when you look across the board, you see it has changed. It's incredible to be part of that.
I don't think it's fair to call you regional. Regional does not come to mind. If someone called you those sort of like a feeder league or the minor leagues of women's MMA, is that an insult to you?
No, but I don't ever put us in a box. I feel like, you have to understand that I didn't grow up, or in my career, want to be a promoter. Never, ever. I'm a great wing woman. I am the one that loves going out, looking for the fights and, being part of a team and that kind of thing. But I was kind of forced in this position because there were no other alternatives for women, to really, and I knew the sport needed it. So, it's very cool. You get frustrated sometimes, but it's a good frustration. I think that's maybe my adrenaline, I guess. That's how I fix, I suppose. But, I had to learn all this. When I sat in the meetings, if it wasn't about who's going to fight who, where am I the next athlete, what's going on, I wasn't paying attention. So booking venues, doing all that kind of stuff, that was all new. And I just had the ground running and do the best that we could to, achieve something.
Okay, so 5 years in, what is the state of Invicta? Are you happy with where you're at? What would you like to improve? What do you need to get better at? What are you proud of? What would you say right now is the current state of Invicta FC?
I think that's a really good thing to be able to say, is that we're healthy. We're continuing to build talent. We're building champions, athletes that leave here, you brought up Bellator earlier, Julie, she's from Invicta. I think that we're doing a really, really good job with the young talent coming through of helping prepare them to be the best athletes that they can be. I want to look to expand the Invicta platform, looking at, we're working on boxing. Eventually we want to look at kickboxing, just an array of different combat type sports across the platform for women to help to kind of keep providing opportunities.
When will,
and then more shows.
When will the boxing debut? Because I know you announced that several months ago.
Yeah, we are still working on that. I'm hoping to do our first show before the year.
Okay.
So that's the goal.
One thing that I really liked that you guys did in the past was that you would hold events sort of on the same weekend as a UFC event. You did that prior to 184. You did that a couple of years ago, International Fight Week, but not recently. Is that something that you would consider doing in the past so that you can get more attention, more media to your events?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we still talk about it. So I don't think it's out of the question by any means. And, who knows? We're going to start working on 2018. So, we'll see what happens in this next year. Some exciting things coming up. We're heading in August. We'll be at Tachi Palace.
Yeah.
So that's kind of exciting.
Kansas City has kind of been like your home base. Have you ever considered moving out west to a Vegas or California where there's more of a, a deeper history of MMA and fans over there?
Yeah, definitely. I think that, it's because it's just home, and that's why. But this last year, doing a lot of the shows here was, to work on, be able to have more time to work on the boxing and some of the other platforms that we're working on.
Okay.
And it's been good for that. So, but in the meantime, too, we've been developing relationships with casinos and things like that. So I think you'll see us on the road more next year, for sure.
Okay, interesting. By the way, a story last week that came up a lot was Heather Hardy, who initially was going to debut for you guys. That didn't happen, and then she debuted for Bellator. And her promoter, Lou DiBella, was at the media day. We spoke to her. We spoke a lot about what happened with Invicta. But from your perspective, why? Because she seems like a potential star in the making, very entertaining in and out of the cage, and of course a great boxer. Why did she never fight for you guys? And is there an opportunity for her to come back and fight for you in the future?
Sure. We always have an opportunity, if Heather wants to. The funny thing, and I listened to Lou's interview with you. As a matter of fact, I emailed Lou and then had a phone conversation with him.
Oh, wow.
Approached by Lou. We were approached by somebody different. And I really didn't know that Lou was, I knew about the boxing stuff. I just assumed they had like a dual contract.
Okay.
Where you have somebody that does your boxing, somebody that has MMA. But she was just scheduled to do the one fight. We didn't sign her for a long-term deal because she does have other contract. And it's my understanding right now, she doesn't have a long-term deal with Bellator as well. So, the door's open if, we like her. She was, amazing to work with. And, no matter what, though, we're happy for her. She had a great performance.
Is it a goal for you to get on television, or are you content with UFC Fight Pass?
I think that we're always looking to push ourselves, to different levels. And I think that is, definitely a step that we want to take. I'm happy to say and proud to be able to say that, we're the #1 content on UFC Pass outside of the UFC content.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. I think we do extremely well. I think that I don't think they've never closed us off from that opportunity. I've never spoke like they would or anything like that. But I definitely think that it's something that would be beneficial to not only Invicta, but the athletes.
Yeah.
For sure.
One thing that comes up a lot, or at least from time to time, with the female athletes, we just had Felice Herrig on, who discussed this a little bit, Courtney Casey last week. It has come up where they express some disappointment in the fact that they feel like there's a bit of a double standard, where if you're a women's MMA fighter, you have to look pretty, you have to have a certain, marketable style, things like that. And they feel like the prettier fighters get pushed more than, the standard that is put on the male fighters. Do you feel like this is an issue? Like the sport has still, it has gone a long way. It has come a long way. We are, seeing women's MMA fights headline massive shows, pay-per-views, but still there's a bit of a ceiling that they kind of have to break through as far as the other promotions are concerned, the UFC, Bellator, whatever other promotion you want to talk about, that the female athletes are kind of held to a different standard than their male counterparts. Do you feel like that is something that is still prevalent in the sport?
I think it does exist. Yeah. I absolutely know it exists on, some levels. I've had managers come to me and say that, certain promotions have made it very, very public knowledge that that's their intent, is that they're looking for attractive women to fight. So, yeah, I think it exists. I also think, though, that, keep your head down. Keep your head down, fight your fights. Fight your fights the best, and no one can deny you of anything. I think there are some women that have had it hard all along, that have definitely struggled, and they still struggle because they don't fit, in that little box, whatever that box is. But yeah, I think it does exist. How do you combat it? I think you just keep doing what you do.
Okay. All right. That's good advice from someone who's been around the fight game for quite some time. So Invicta FC 24 is coming up on July 15th from the Scottish Rite Temple in Kansas City, Missouri. Milana Dudieva against Mara Romero Borella. Am I saying that correctly? Borella?
Yeah.
And there's a whole there's a whole bunch. Which can you tell me one or two that you're really looking forward to on that card? Fights, that is.
Oh gosh, yeah. This is like you. People always do this to me. It's like picking your favorite kid or something. You know.
I don't want you to do that. It's a tough thing.
You know, definitely the main and the co-main. I think I'm really excited about that. You know, certainly excited to see Helena.
Yes.
Want to see what what's in there. You know, since she's had a lot of changes during this fight camp, and I think she's got to be so gracious and accommodating to help us get through that. So I'm real interested to see that. I think that as soon as back on, start going down the card and you start talking about them, and you want to talk about all of them. But I definitely think that I think it's as soon as a really and Kelly, she's new, but I think as soon as a really interesting prospect that we keep pushing her to see just exactly what's in there. So yeah, I think the whole card. Just tune in.
That is great promoter speak. That comedian, his name is escaping me. That sponsored a fighter.
Hannibal.
Yes, is he doing it again? Hannibal Buress. Is he doing that again for this card?
I don't know.
Okay.
Surprised enough, I didn't know he was doing it the first time. So go figure. But he's been very supportive. It's really strange. We have a lot of support. A lot of people really like Invicta.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. You know that. We're excited when anybody supports us. What's her name? Rosie O'Donnell. I saw the other day that she started following us and supporting. So that's kind of cool. So yeah, I don't know if he is, but that was really an awesome thing for him to do. He's not a guy that showed up either and asked me for tickets or drew attention to himself or anything. I heard about it kind of after the fact, or someone in the audience, oh, hey, do you know who's here? That kind of thing. So it's really cool. I love to have that support and
it was unfortunate the fight never actually came to fruition. I think in a twist, he should sponsor Jinyu Frey because she was the one who was supposed to fight the Brazilian fighter who pulled out. So that would be a nice little twist, I think, at least, who is fighting on the card, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Against Ashley Cummins.
Oh, yeah. Good one. That's really cool. Yeah.
All right. I'll take a percentage.
That would be neat. Yeah.
Shannon, keep doing you.
Right?
Keep up the great work. Go. It is very commendable how you keep chugging along and keep producing stars, and the product is just as good as ever. So congrats on all your success 5 years in, and here's to 500 more years for Invicta FC.
Well, thank you very, very much. But can I drop a little news before I head out?
Drop away.
All right. Well, first of all, I want to tell you, Andy Foster told me to say hello to you today. So
the man.
I want to make sure I get that in there. Yep. And then, I told you that we're going to be at Tachi Palace. So that's going to be on August 31st. And that's going to be, we've got 2 title fights on that show. We've got Yana Kunitskaya, which is going to face Raquel Palalui. And that's going to be for a title fight. That's going to be the main event. And then right underneath that, we're going to have Livia Matasuza versus Jody Escobar for the 115-pound.
Wow. How about that? Shannon coming with gifts, with scoops, with nuggets. I love it.
Yeah. And you didn't even ask.
I didn't even ask.
That out.
That's amazing. I appreciate that very much. That's huge. So August 31st, you said, right?
Yes, August 31st.
Well, I appreciate that very much. Best of luck to you on July 15th. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks for coming on, Shannon.
Thanks for having me.
All right, there she is. Shannon Knapp, Invicta FC president. All right, let's move along. We are less than a month away from UFC 214. That means it is time to check in with friend of the program, Daniel Cormier. This time he's not boarding a plane. This time he's not getting ready for the fight necessarily. It's a bit of a less stressful time, so I thought it would be nice to check in with him as we approach the highly anticipated UFC 214 card. And I have a feeling that DC is in a very good mood because of the state of 214. Let's go to the Skype machine and welcome in the reigning defending UFC light heavyweight champion. Look at that smile. I only see like there it is. Look at that. We got the beard. We're in war mode right now. This is full-on training camp, right?
Hey, wait. What's up with your guys' deal? I can't see my face. All I see is Noad Lahat's hat.
Well, that's done on purpose. I don't know.
Why am I facing?
I don't know.
Noad Lahat. Maybe if I turn it like this.
No, don't do that. That's a big mistake. Go back the other way. Yeah. But we only see like the top half of your hair and your eyes. So maybe you want to pan down.
Me too. What is going on?
No, just pan down a little bit. There we go. That's perfect.
I can't sit here for the next 10 minutes. And it's showing my hairline. Holy smoke. You guys see this is my hair, and we're supposed to be friends?
What do we do?
Nope, bad angle.
Have we reached LeBron James status here with the hair?
We have pushed through the LeBron status and just going on to just Carlos Boozer. It's about time to start putting that stuff in there, that black paint.
You did that once in Newark. You remember that?
See my face now? Or
I can see everything. We're good. Don't worry about me. You don't have to see me. You're perfect.
All right.
Remember that time in Newark when they painted your hair?
That new studio you got there. Yeah, that was in Newark.
Yeah.
I was looking pretty. I thought I felt younger. I looked better, but I figured if I went on TV like that, people would make more fun of me than they do now. So I was like, you know what? Let's not give them any more ammunition.
By the way, you've never done the hair plug thing like LeBron, right? Because that's a big mistake.
I didn't do it, man.
Good.
You know, I figure I'll just go ahead and age gracefully. I'll hold on to this thing. Listen, there's no quit in me. So when my hair starts to go back to like right here, I'll still have this same haircut.
Okay, fair enough.
There's no quit in Daniel Cormier.
I appreciate that very much. What about the state of 214 as champion, as headliner, as the guy who gets pay-per-view points? I mean, 214 is the real 213. If we're being honest, this was the card that was supposed to be International Fight Week. It just keeps getting better every day.
I feel like we may be giving Anaheim. They had like 2 fight cards canceled last year.
Okay.
So they're like, you know what? Let's give them a little something. But it's good for me because the first time John and I fought, it was essentially a boxing fight card, you know, where the co-main event was Miles Jury and Donald Cerrone. Yeah. You know, so it was this time they're actually, I mean, there are a lot of fights. I can't even make out the main card at this point. You know, John and I, Cyborg, Tyron, I figured those are the top 3 fights. And then your guess is good as mine. Cerrone Lawler would have to be on the main card. And then is it Manuel on the main card? Is it Barao on the main card? Who's on the main card as the other fight? I have no idea.
You think this does $1 million?
Great, though. That's a good problem to have.
You think it does $1 million?
We did really well last time. I mean, I know the numbers. We did really, really good last time. So without help. So I think we'll do pretty good. You know, I don't want to be sitting there counting numbers before they come in, you know. So we've been on the good side of pay-per-views and we've been on the bad side of some pay-per-views and trust me, this one seems to be trending in the right direction.
One theory that has been brought up is that they are loading the deck in case this fight falls through. Less than a month away. Are you still worried about that? Does it feel like, okay, I only really believe that I'm actually going to get my hands on this guy again, you know, once we're in the cage staring at each other?
I try to be positive, you know, because at this point, what's the point in stressing, man? You think that everything's good, but I mean, last time it was like 2 days before the fight. So I'm not going to really be completely secure until we're in the octagon. Things can happen at any time, man, and I'm gonna be there. So let's hope that John's there too.
When you guys had that exchange at the press conference, looking back now, I mean, the gloves are definitely off between you two. Is there anything you regret about what was said at that press conference?
No, I don't regret anything I say.
Okay.
You know, I'm not lying. I don't make shit up. You know, all the stuff I say is the truth. You know, so. If I'm willing to point out his flaws, then I'll point out his flaws. See, this is the difference. You know, I could care less if Jon Jones likes me or he thinks I'm stepping over the line. I don't give a shit. So if you dislike what I'm saying, fine, we got to fight. You know, you get an opportunity to fight me. So I regret nothing. And if I had another opportunity to say it, I'd tell him again. I'm not backing down from anything I say.
He's really owning his past transgressions. Does that surprise you, or do you think that's the smart thing to do?
At what point can you? at what point do you start to do that, though? I mean, is there any hiding from her anymore? It's almost like, Ariel, like if after the first time something happened, he stood up and said, you know what? I own what I've done. I'm not going to do it anymore. Cool. But once you've done things so many times that there's just no other way, then I don't have to give him credit for it. And what does it even matter? Like, what does it matter if I care that he's owning this shit?
No.
I don't care. Because what if he's still live? Sure, then lie. I don't care. Say he didn't do it. He could literally be standing there with blood on his hands at a crime scene and say, I didn't do it. And I'd be like, okay, you say you didn't do it? Sure, you didn't do it. I don't care.
So it's interesting because there was some talk that he would take a tune-up. That was kind of presented. You would fight Manua. He didn't end up taking the tune-up. Obviously, he's fighting you. Do you feel, was there any part of you that thought there's a chance he might take the tune-up, or did you know that he would always take the fight against you right off the bat?
Well, the truth of the matter is, there wasn't much of a choice.
Oh.
Because there were talk of different dates. He wanted different dates. He talked of maybe fighting someone different. And, I went to the organization and I said, they offered me the Manua fight for July 29th in Anaheim. And I told the boss, a week after I fought Rumble, Dana called me. I was on my way to Kansas City. Jimmy Manuwa was in his office, and he goes, you versus Manuwa in Anaheim. I said, well, He goes, what's wrong? I go, it needs to be Jones. It needs to be Jones. I go, make it happen. And then I badgered him. And I go, tell me he's ready to go. And he's like, well, I'm talking to him. Tell me he's going to do it. Well, I'm talking to him right now. We're going to get it figured out. We'll get it figured out. And after about a week of me just badgering him, he goes, DC, calm down. I'm working on it. Finally, it was Jones. It had to be Jones. Ariel, I want fights, that gets me going. It's like Rumble Johnson was like, is he really going to be able to do it this time? Can he get one on me and knock me out? That's the stuff that gets my juices flowing. Can Jon Jones do what he did last time and beat me again? Yeah, I'm like, yeah, that's the stuff that gets my juices going. Otherwise, I'll just do TV. They tell me you got to fight Jimmy Manuwa. I'm like, for what? This dude has no chance. Like, come on.
What about Volkan Ozdemir?
What's he gonna do? Volkan Ozdemir, I'll retire.
You'll retire before fighting him.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I just need to. If Volkan Ozdemir goes out there and he smashes Jimmy Manuwa and looks like this real contender, and after I'm done with Jones, I wake up in a couple weeks and I go, yeah, it makes my juices. I feel it. I feel like I want to fight Volkan. I'll do it. But otherwise, I'll be like, okay, I'll fight Jones again. Because I know every time I fight Jones, it'll get me going.
Right.
Like, I'm 38. It's like, I swear, like, when I was about to fight Ryan Bader in New Orleans, I was setting myself up for a trap fight. Because I wasn't necessarily training all that hard. I was still doing TV way too close to the fight. I was like, it didn't really, really get me as excited as it should have. And I felt, because of the place that I'm at in my life, in terms of my family, my financial position, my future, it's like certain things have to be like, it has to really get you going, man. Otherwise, you're going to go out there and not be at 100%. So Rumble did that. Rumble got me excited. Obviously, a fight with Jones gets me excited because he beat me. And I can honestly say right now, those other fights, they don't really do that. And notice I'm not saying Gustafsson, because I just really don't want to have to fight him again. He was kind of tough last time, so I steer clear Alexander Gustafsson. Congratulations on your kid, Alex. Good job, buddy.
Yes, and also he got engaged. I don't know if you saw that in the middle of the cage.
Yeah, great. Good for Alex. That dude ran me through the freaking ringer last time.
So recently on the program, we had Mike Winklejohn on the show, who, of course, is Jon Jones's longtime striking coach. And I asked him about whether or not they consider taking a tune-up fight. And I just want to play you this quick clip. And I want you to focus. I don't know if you've heard this clip, but focus on the way he says your name when he answers the question. This is very interesting. Here's the quick clip of me talking about
the belt. I don't think he had any need for a tune-up fight to go fight Daniel Cormier. I think as much as I do respect Daniel, I think this is a good fight for Jon because we beat him the first time. I think Daniel couldn't take him down. Jon was able to take him down. Jon was able to, I think, beat him everywhere. And I think that plays in our favor this fight, that we can expand on that and change some things, as Daniel will try, so that he fails once again.
So that's Wink talking about you. The way he said your name made me think that he's like, we're not gonna, Daniel Cormier. I mean, come on.
Maybe they think this is their tune-up fight. Maybe this is the tune-up fight to get to Alexander. All these things are I don't really necessarily pay attention to it.
Okay.
Mike's obviously a fantastic trainer, but reality is, like, I don't know. Outside of being Jon Jones' trainer, I really don't know who Mike Winkeljohn is, so he's Jon Jones' trainer. So he has to have confidence in the person or the guys that have made him who he is, because if not for those guys, I wouldn't know who he is. So his bit of arrogance, maybe it's warranted because they won the first fight, but whatever, it's almost like these guys, it's almost like the thought of the fight is that he just really went in there and it's almost like he beat me up like he beat up Glover Teixeira or how he won every round against Rashad or against all these other dudes. It's like they're approaching this fight as if it was a wash the first time, and that's really good for me. It makes me happy that they see no threat in a fight against me.
Okay. One interesting aspect of this fight that hasn't been brought up, I did mention this to you privately, but what I love about it is it's full circle for your relationship. Are you still there?
Yep, I got a phone call.
Oh, okay.
Busy guy.
Full circle for your relationship because you first ran into Jon Jones at the Pond in Anaheim back at UFC 121, right? This is amazing.
The very first time I met him was at UFC 121. Kane was fighting Brock Lesnar for the belt. It was the first time that we came into contact. Obviously, that wasn't the most pleasant experience. Also, it was one of my better nights. Seeing Kane have his moment in the Pond in front of the people from California. I just remember thinking, wow, this is just an amazing arena to compete in and be a part of something so big. And now I get to go there and make my own history, and it's just crazy, man, because so many times, whereas I was going insane when Kane won his belt and hugging him and jumping as the belt was getting strapped on him, and Kane gets to experience that with me this time as my partner, so it's crazy how my career has gone. It's unbelievable, man. I'm excited about that, excited to go into the place that I felt we had our first negative interaction, to going and making my lasting memory of the Honda Center a great one by beating this guy.
Could you put a word into the marketing team? Because I keep saying that this is the greatest fight in UFC history. It's the first time that we have number one versus number two, not only in the division, but in the sport, going toe-to-toe. And I feel like they're missing the boat. We could get 1 million buys. We could get 1 million plus if they do it that way. Can you tell them to start pushing that narrative? Because that is a legit narrative.
I think it's the truth. I do say a lot about Jones, but the one thing I do respect, as I've said from the very beginning, is his ability to compete and his ability as a fighter. But my ability to compete, my ability as a fighter has taken me to where I am today. 42-1 is the record combined between the two of us, with the only loss being to the other guy in this fight. We've both shown dominance over this division, man, and the ability to beat the other guys. So I truly do believe you are watching MMA at the highest level whenever we are inside the octagon. It's, yes, push it as the great. This is the greatest light heavyweight fight of all time.
That's no question.
I know we romanticize our childhood. We make it feel like it could never be better than what we remember as youngsters. But take notice of what's happening right now. And I respect the guys that came before us. I do respect the guys that made the UFC's 205-pound division the glamour division of mixed martial arts. But the reality of the situation is you are watching the two best to ever do it in this weight class. If you think for a second that any of these guys that Jon beat in his title reign I wouldn't beat, you're out of your mind. And if you think that any of the guys from back in the day would have beaten Jon Jones or beat me, it's just not the truth. And I'm not saying it arrogant. I'm just saying that these are the two best light heavyweight fighters that the UFC's ever seen.
California made history last week. They made you guys weigh in a month before. Did you like that? And could you tell us how much you weighed? Because Andy Foster said he was particularly impressed with you.
It was good, because you have to take it serious.
Yeah.
I know that what California is doing is in the best interest of the fighters, so at this point, I would still be pretty heavy. I'd still be high 230s, and just kind of managing my weight. In the last month is when I start to diet. But on Friday or Thursday, which was a month and a day from the weigh-ins, I was 226. So
wow,
20 pounds overweight was really good. I feel like the nutrition is on point. The training's been fantastic. Tyler Mitten is my new nutritionist. He works for Lockhart and Leith, the fitness VT guys, and I'm enjoying him, man. I'm enjoying him and the stuff that he's feeding me, and the training has been going great. Like I said, when you're motivated, everything else becomes easy, and I'm very motivated right now to fight Jon Jones.
Just a couple more things. I want to ask you about Aaron Pico. Was it a mistake to put him on pay-per-view against a guy who was 8-2? What'd you make of all of that?
I don't believe it was a mistake. I believe he was ready for it because I believe that he's a rare, special talent, and I believe that his story is far from written. You got to remember, man, the greatest fighters of all time have lost. Anderson Silva has losses. People call him the greatest of all time. One of the best, Chuck Liddell, has losses. George St. Pierre has losses. So it's not like Aaron Pico's story is written. Aaron Pico's story is just beginning, so he took a chance. Look, man, not everybody's Conor McGregor. Not everybody shoots big and hits every single time. Aaron Pico shot for the stars, man, and it didn't work out in the first fight. But it's only the first fight. Okay. Aaron Pico's still going to be a world champ, and he's still going to be one of the greatest fighters to ever put on a pair of gloves. So, no mistake. I believe that the team made the right choice, and he'll be fine.
I can't wait for this fight. By the way, can you just do me one favor? You got Chris Paul. Can you leave Melo alone? What's up with this? Melo's going to the Rockets too?
We want him. Hey,
come on.
We want him bad. We want everybody. Listen, the great Daryl Morey is just he's showing how it should be done in the NBA, Gosh. It's like my two favorite teams, the Warriors and the Rockets, man. We're just really, really doing well.
Yeah. PJ Tucker, you guys are killing it. You're winning championships on one coast. Your other team's loading up. It's good to be you.
I'm just winning all over the place, man. I'm winning all over the place. Things are good for me, and then look at UFC 214.
214.
The biggest fight card of the year. The biggest fight card of the year. I get to take the last walk. My name's on the marquee. I walk to the octagon last. I leave the octagon last as the still champion. Things don't get better than that, man.
Okay. And by the way, is Rumble dropped this thing, right? This ridiculous after the fact appeal. Did you ever hear anything about that with the New York weigh-ins? I mean, it's amazing to do this after the fact. You talk about sour grapes.
Yeah, it was a little nut. It was a little crazy, so I had to kind of I faded like Jay-Z, I fade to black a little bit on that situation. I just kind of hey, it was like when he was doing all that, I was like in the closet, under the bed playing hide and seek where you could see me, but I was still kind of hiding, pretending you couldn't see me. So I was kind of happy that kind of didn't work. I just kind of lay off in the cuts, fade to black.
Yeah, I respect that. That's smart. That's a smart. Will Chamberlain redefined the NBA. They put in 3 in the key. You redefined the weigh-ins. That's your legacy. The greats redefined the game.
Hey, let me tell you something, man. When it's all said and done, I shall be remembered as more than Daniel Cormier, the analyst UFC champion. I am the guy.
All right. We shall leave it at that. Daniel, great to catch up. I can't wait for it. UFC 214, Anaheim, California, the Pond, Honda Center, less than a month away. It is the card that I think the UFC wanted for July 8th, but you got to wait a few more weeks. This is the card of the year, the card of the summer, no doubt about that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you giving us a few minutes of your time, and I'll see you in a couple of weeks in Anaheim.
My man, take it easy.
Much love. There he is, DC, the reigning and defending UFC light heavyweight champion. Like I said, they need to promote this fight as the best ever, not aftermath best ever, going into it. This is the best fight that they've ever put on. It's number 1 versus number 2, not just in their weight class, in the sport. It's too easy. Can't wait. What a card, 214. It's unbelievable. Okay, let's move along to our next guest. Believe it or not, I've been trying to talk to our next guest for, I would say, 7 months. No, I would say 8 months. Ever since UFC 205, we finally got her. How exciting is this? We're talking to Miesha Tate right now. She's standing by on the phone. Miesha, are you there?
I'm here.
Wow, we finally got you. I have seen you everywhere. World tours, PR things for the UFC. You're in Asia. You're in Brazil. You're all over the place. Can't get you on this program. What did we do to offend you, Miesha?
Nothing really. I've just been so busy, and I think you finally have the right number now. So
okay.
I switched numbers. Maybe you were contacting some stranger that's like, leave me alone, you know?
Actually, I was getting nothing back. So, I mean, that's almost worse because then I didn't even know if you were mad at me, ignoring me, whatever the case may be. You are here. We're very happy about that. Is it possible, Miesha, that you're busier in retirement than you were as a fighter?
Yeah, I think it's not just possible. I think it's reality. I figured things would slow down a little bit, but it's just not my personality. I like to be busy. I always think busy is better than bored, and I'm just a go, go, go kind of person. I'm actually at a meeting right now with my financial advisor, so I took a moment to take this call, and I already went hiking like 5 miles this morning, so I've had a wonderful day so far, and it's always busy like that for me, though.
So if I meet you on the street, we're chatting, and I say, oh, you know, what do you do? Like, what is your occupation? What is Miesha Tate now? What do you do? What do you like when you wake up? Other than, you know, stay in shape and have fun, work out, things like that. What's your occupation?
That is such a hard question. I'm always kind of baffled. I don't know what to say when people ask me that. I'm like, everything? Like,
Okay.
I don't know. Everything? I really don't know. I don't know how I would qualify that. I kind of say that I'm sort of an ambassador for the UFC and an analyst for Fox Sports. I guess that's the best way to sum it up. But that really encompasses a lot of different things. And that's not even just my personal business ventures, you know? So that's the best way I can sum it up. Everything.
Is that an official sort of title that you have with UFC, ambassador?
I don't know if it's official. That's kind of how I've deemed myself, and I've heard some other people, refer to it that way. But it's not like there's a contract that says that's what I am, you know. So technically, I'm just like a independent contractor.
Okay.
They call when they need, and I, ask. So I'll be doing a few things like for International Fight Week. I'll be doing a panel this Wednesday, I believe it is, with a few of the other females, Paige Van Zandt and Cris and Joanna. So just things like that, just staying busy with the UFC and trying to continue to help the sport develop.
And so what's interesting is we are a year removed exactly from when you were going into UFC 200 as champion. And, you know, that was your first title defense. And of course, we know how it all turned out. But I'm wondering, a year later, if I ask you, like, is Miesha Tate happier today, not fighting, doing this ambassador stuff, working on television, or happier when you were going into your first title defense? What would the answer be?
At this point, it's all relative, but I would say right now in this moment of time, I'm happier right where I'm at. I don't feel like I need to be in there fighting anymore. 10 years was enough to really feel that for me. And I felt like I did everything and accomplished a lot. There's more I would have liked to do, but there's always going to be more. So really it's just transition to other things in my life that I want to do and I want to accomplish. And it's so nice not having the looming pressure of a fight overhead. It's a lot of stress. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of sacrifice. And people don't realize that fighters sacrifice so much. We hear a lot about the weight cutting and the dieting. Well, that's just like the tip of the iceberg. I mean, that's the really sucky part of the job, but not to mention the birthdays that are missed, the Christmases that are missed, funerals, weddings, all of those things are things when you're in training camp, you just can't afford to get away. You have to be there every day, day in, day out. And it's just such a grind, you know? So I'm just excited to be able to help, some of the up and comers coming into the sport. I'm excited to be able to get out and go hiking, to train, you know, leisurely as I please. And like I said, to help push the sport in other ways. I'm enjoying that.
Since walking away, has the UFC reached out to you about trying to come back?
Not at all. No, I think they would wait for me to say anything if I wanted to. I made it pretty clear that the decision was final.
Do you foresee any circumstance that would bring you back, or do you think it's pretty much shut, it's done?
I think it's pretty much shut and done. I mean, you can never really 100% predict the future. You know, when I went into my last fight, I didn't know it was going to be my last. So it's just, things are always changing. But I really don't feel like a desire or need or want to come back. And I'm really happy doing what I'm doing, you know, financially, like in a good spot. So the only thing that would bring me back is if for some reason that fire was reignited, you know, because I never started fighting for money. You know, my first year or so was free. I fought my first 6 fights as an amateur. And then, you know, women's MMA 9 years ago was not like such a hot thing to do. So it wasn't like we were making much then either. It was pennies on the dollar. So, you know, money was never like the motivating thing for me to fight. So it's not going to be a motivating thing for me to come back. You know, it's all about the passion, and my passion has just changed over a decade. It's come to new things, and I'm really excited to take on the new challenges that life is bringing in. And man, broadcasting, being an analyst, that's very challenging. It's a lot of studying. I haven't studied that much since I've been in college. So.
And you do a great job at it. So it's good that you're into it and that you're getting more opportunities. And I'm just curious, since we haven't talked since that fight, was there a moment that you recall when you knew in your mind you were done? Because you say you didn't think you would be done going into the fight. Do you recall the moment where you knew right then and there it's over?
Yeah, because it was like somewhere in the third round, we were up against the cage, and I just didn't have like the fire to like go. Like I just couldn't pull it out to just really put on that fight of the night performance that I like to typically do. And that's an awful feeling to like kind of realize that like you're at that crossroad and it's like you don't have it to go, you know, and that's not a way to fight. You know, it's not fair to my opponent. It's not fair to me, and it's certainly not fair to the fans. So I just don't want to fight like that. You know, I didn't think that I haven't even watched my last fight, but I know it wasn't a good one. And I don't ever care to put on performances like that. You know, if people are going to put on so-so performances and just get in there for, you know, shits and giggles, like I just don't think that's the way to do it. So for me, it's all or none. And the fact that there is even a question in my mind or a point that I couldn't pull the trigger was just like, nope, I don't fight that way. It's all or none. And I didn't like the way that I felt in there. So I just figured it was time. Do
you think you'll ever watch it?
Yeah, I think I will someday.
Okay.
Yeah, I will. But, you know, it hasn't crossed my mind as like a must. You know, it's not on my bucket list. So.
Sure. You experienced it. And it wasn't that long ago. You know, the thing that I actually remember the most from that fight, going back and watching it on television, there's a moment, I don't know if you remember this, where you tell your corner that you're done. And I believe it's Brian Caraway who's trying to convince you not to say that you're done. Do you remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do. That was after the fight.
Yeah, that was right after the fight. I mean, it's kind of strange to watch because you're the fighter, you're making the announcement, and we know about the relationship with Brian. He was your boyfriend for a very long time. Was that an awkward spot for you when you're trying to tell someone I'm done and they're trying to stop you from actually making that announcement?
Yeah, you know, I understand where it was coming from because I've been in there personally when fighters are emotional and they're making hasty decisions, you know, when it's like you just lost and you're upset and you're, you know, I think he didn't want me to jump the gun and say something hasty if I wasn't ready, and still really believes in me as a fighter. So that was, I think, where he was coming from. But I just knew, I really, really knew, because I wasn't emotional at that point, and that's the problem. Like I wasn't emotional, and I just was flat, and it just didn't feel good to be in there that way. So I was like, the fact that I'm not upset about this is like not a good thing either. It's
Right.
like, this is all wrong. This is not like, I'm just tired, and I just want to, I don't want to fight. I don't want to ever feel like this again. It's just not a good feeling. So I knew, but I do understand where he was coming from.
Obviously, following you on social media and stuff, it seems like you are in a very happy place. You're traveling, like I said, and you're all over the place. You're doing, I believe you have a podcast too, right?
Yeah, I do.
What's it called?
Tate Show. Yep. The Miesha Tate Show.
That's a very easy name to remember. But I would be amazed because people ask me about this all the time. And contrary to popular belief, I don't like to pry when it's unnecessary, but because of the sort of public nature of your relationship with Brian, is it fair to ask what is the status of said relationship? You guys are no longer together, right?
You know what I've decided is that in all this growth of everything that I've done and the way of the world and social media, I just don't think people need to care like what the status of my personal life is, so it's just something that's just untalked about because the social media can just tear you apart. It can tear people apart. And I just, I don't care to have it in my personal life anymore. So I don't think that I'll ever, invite people into my personal life in that way ever again. People that I don't know, people that matter will know. And the people who don't matter in that sense, they don't need to know. So, that's kind of my stance. And I think more people in the limelight should adopt it because it's pretty hellacious when the media and everybody gets into your personal life. So
have you stopped using social media? I mean, I know you post some things here or there, but like you've altered the way in which you use it.
Yeah, I've altered the way in which I use it. People are led into the point where I want them to, they still have a part of my personal life, my hiking and my ventures, and those things are things that I love to share with my fans. But, my really like my personal life, like things that are going on with my family, things that are going on with my relationship, things that affect, that dynamic. That's not something that I think the whole world needs to be a part of.
Yeah, no, I certainly commend you for that and agree with that stance. I hope you don't mind me asking, just because you guys were both fighters, you were very famous, your relationship and all that stuff. So here's my first chance to ask you about, said relationship. But I digress and I respect your stance. Let me ask you about Saturday. A belt you once wore is being defended. Do you have a pick?
I for some reason, my gut is telling me this is going to be a tough fight for Amanda. Stylistically, Shevchenko is nothing like, myself or Ronda. She's the complete opposite, really. And I think that a very good striker poses a lot of problems for Amanda because Amanda is a great striker. But if someone is better than her there, the problem then is not that she doesn't have wrestling, grappling, or judo, but she gets tired when she uses wrestling and grappling and wrestling and judo, trying to go for the takedown. She seems not as efficient as that, where in striking she really is. But if someone can beat her in striking, well, then there's the issue. So I think this is going to be a very difficult fight for Amanda. I hate to make a pick because I really admire Amanda, and I really like her as a person. And Shevchenko, she seems like a nice girl. I don't really know her. So I don't want to make a pick, but I think that this is will be a challenging fight for Amanda. They're both evolving, though, so who knows? Who really knows at the end of the day?
They first fought on the card in which you became champion. Did you ever watch that? I know you were preparing, but afterwards, did you ever watch that fight? Because there are a lot of people who thought, given 2 more rounds, Shevchenko would have had Amanda's number, that she was getting better as the fight went on.
Yes, I did watch that fight, and I agree with that. That's what makes me question what will happen in this fight. Now, granted, I think Amanda has continued to improve immensely. I mean, I really think she's improved a lot, and I think her conditioning since going to American Top Team is definitely better, because I think when she was training before she came there, it was just harder, not smarter, peaking too early in the camp. She would come in overtrained for her bouts. Now she's really finding her finesse as a professional athlete and as a champion. She's really finding her stride. So that may be something that's it's obviously in question is her conditioning, but that may be something that she's also improved on a lot. You know, conditioning is something that can be fixed quickly. Technique, not so much. And Amanda has a lot of technique. She really brings a well-rounded game to the table. So if her conditioning is on point and her technique she has behind it, you know, Amanda is the better grappler. She's a better judoka and she's a better wrestler, in my opinion, than Shevchenko is. But we have to wonder because of that first fight. That's what I base it on. If there would have been 2 more rounds, I think it would have been Shevchenko's fight.
One of the hot button stories in MMA these days is the featherweight division. Were you surprised that Germaine essentially said, I don't want to fight Cyborg, and let the UFC strip her after winning the belt in February?
I mean, I was personally, because my stance is, what do you really have to lose when you fight someone like Cyborg of her stature? You know, if you beat Cyborg, you're just on another level of respect, you know, and if you lose, it's like, well, so has everybody. So, my opinion of it is, as a fighter, but just from a fighter standpoint, I think it would be an awesome thing to be able to fight Cyborg. But I do respect and understand what Germaine is saying. And I don't think it's like she's scared of Cyborg. You know, she's a fighter. She's been kickboxing for forever. She's one of the baddest women on the planet. But I'm talking about Germaine.
Yeah.
But her point of what she's trying to make is that she doesn't believe it's fair. And that I cannot disagree. You know, I don't disagree with what she's saying. And the fact that Cyborg has been caught. And I think even there's still some question in my mind of the last thing that Cris tested positive for, but she was able to get it reversed because she said it was something that was medically needed for her. Her doctor said it was medically. But I think if you look at it, it's still something that's performance enhancing, even though she needs it. I don't know exactly what it was, but I heard that it was something that can be taken for people who are making the change. Don't quote me in that, but I've heard some couple things like that. So I'd like to find out some more research, but I do believe there's just some question in some of that stuff. So I understand what Germaine is saying. You know, you can't look at Cyborg and say well, there's no other girl that compares to her, even in 145. So, yeah.
Well, when you go to these trips and people come up to you, what do they say they admire most about your career? What do they remember most? Is there a moment that keeps coming up when you get to meet all these fans?
Yeah, people, they always usually come up to me and just say, you're so tough. And the moment that they really remember was me beating Holly.
Okay.
They come up to me and say, hey, that was just one of the best fights I've ever seen. You came from behind and you finished the fight. You got it done when you did it. And they were like, that was one of the most crazy moments. People tell me they were jumping out of their seats and screaming and yelling, and that it was just such an epic moment for them. So that's probably the moment that I get complimented on the most.
Any regrets?
I kind of regret not being able to fight Ronda for a third time. I would have liked to make that happen, but I think we're both at different points, and it didn't. So, I can't live with it as a regret. I don't regret losing to Ronda. I think it was all really good learning experiences, and I learned them earlier in my career, and it made me tougher. I was able to come back better for those losses. Not many people can always say the same thing. So I took the losses with stride and with my head held high, and I continue to carry that mentality on now.
If you saw her walking down the street, would you say hello to her? What do you think the confrontation or the discussion, the conversation would be like?
No, I don't think I wouldn't say hi to her, and I doubt she would say hi to me either. I think we would just be like, oh, and then walk away from each other.
Oh, okay.
Awkward.
I thought you would say hello to her. I thought that, I don't know why. I thought you would say hello.
Well, if she were like me, I would say hello.
Right.
She's not. So the problem is she doesn't care for me to say, I don't hate Ronda. I really don't. I don't like her, but hate is such a strong word. I don't like her because we don't see a lot eye to eye, and I feel like, we've had some bad confrontations, and I feel like she's been very disrespectful. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not a person to harness hate towards someone. So out of respect to her, like, I would not say hello to her because I know she doesn't want me to. So why would I, you know?
Fair, yeah.
If she was like cool with me, then I may be just like, hey, you know, there's been a couple of occasions before things even got way more heated where we were like, sort of like, okay, like, hi, bye, okay. And I was fine with that, you know? But yeah, but it's just, I think, more her terms than mine, which is fine.
Okay. Other than the panel this weekend or this week, are you doing other things at International Fight Week? Are you working for Fox or anything like that?
I will be hosting a viewing party for the Ultimate Fighter finale at a place called the Nerd Bar. It's pretty cool. It has like bowling lanes and some video games and big screen TVs, a bar, and it's a nice place. So it'll be on Fremont Street. So I'll be doing that and probably a couple other things. But if you know anything about the UFC, I still have yet to get my my affirmed schedule. So.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. That's all that I know.
Well, it's been great to catch up. Great to have you back on the show. I texted a number. I don't know if it was your right number, but after the MSG show, the first time that I covered one of your fights in person was back June 27, 2008, when you fought Elena Maxwell. I don't know if you remember that in Strikeforce way back when, and it has been a pleasure and an honor to cover one of the pioneers of the game's sport career, and to be there when you said goodbye. And I think I've said this to you before, the way you handled the loss at 200 and showed up to the press conference even with what appeared to be, you know, an injured nose at least. I think it was a broken nose, was very commendable. So kudos to you. You've done great things in the sport, and you continue to do great things as you now transition out of the sport. So it's great to catch up and hear that you're in a great place and happy and doing a lot of productive things.
I appreciate that, Ariel.
Thank you very much for coming on, Miesha. We'll talk to you soon.
No problem. Okay, bye.
All right, there she is, Miesha Tate, stopping by. Great to hear from her. It is true, the last time or the first time that I actually saw her compete in person was June 27, 2008 in San Jose. She fought Elena Maxwell. That was one of the very first cards that I was credentialed to cover. That was, I believe, for MMArated.com. That was Strikeforce Melendez versus Thompson. I actually spoke to Josh Thompson about that just last week in New York. I saw him there. That's when he defeated Gilbert Melendez via unanimous decision to become the Strikeforce lightweight champion. Also on that card, Bobby Southworth versus Anthony Ruiz, Billy Evangelista versus Nam Phan, Miesha Tate versus Elena Maxwell. That's what opened up the card. Okay, Raymond Daniels on the card as well. I remember I was very excited about that, but he lost. All right, little break in the action. We're going to talk to Michael Bisping at around 3:20. After that, we'll be joined in studio by one Cris Weidman. And then we've got Cris Cyborg at the end of the show. Then it's the MMA After Hour exclusively on Twitter. Hit us up, hashtag the MMA Hour, and we'll answer some of your questions. Also, we have our second annual International Fight Week draft. But now it is time for...
And now it's time to open up your ears and your minds, MMA fans. It's time for Rick's Picks. Rick's Picks. Rick's Picks are lots of fun, and his hair is in a bun, 'cause it's, you already know what it is. Rick's Picks. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. It's the new craze taking the world by storm. Live from the Vox Studios in beautiful New York City, it's time for Rick's Picks.
There it is.
There it is. The best intro music in all of everything, actually. I just have the best
in all of
intro music,
everything.
period.
Do you like my flags on my desk here? I feel like it's very presidential of me. Not a huge fan? Canada 150. I got these on Amazon.
I like it, but maybe, a U.S. flag in there as well. Look, we got the Canadian flag right there.
Yeah.
We got the Canadian flags on the desk.
That's true.
Maybe showing a little love to the adopted homeland. I mean,
is it too much? I always get a little homesick around Canada Day and stuff, but it is a point well taken. My children are American, so maybe it's time that I balance things out. Okay, fair enough. Happy birthday, USA, tomorrow, July 4th. I'm happy you showed up. You look very nicely lit. Did you get a haircut?
No.
Okay.
Not since that last time, but Rob took care of me on the lighting department.
So what do we got? I like this Rick's Picks sort of in the middle-ish of the show because it gives me a chance to catch my breath. So hit us up. What do you got?
Okay. Number one, we have a video courtesy of Hex Fight Series. This was on their Facebook page. Australian promotion. Not last Friday, but the one before that. We have some video from Hex Fight Series 9. Let's go ahead and play that one.
What do we got?
And I'll walk you through as we're going. So we've got Suman Mokhtarian, who pulled off what is being called, and the jiu-jitsu people out there, tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, this so far that looked like a triangle, but this has been called now by the promotion on their Facebook is a teepee submission. See how his legs are all straightened out like this?
Holy smokes.
This guy's going to tap out.
How did you find this?
So I saw it on Twitter or somebody, somebody might have sent it to me, but I did come across this one. And as I said, this was on the promotion's Facebook page, Hex Fight Series in Australia.
Wow.
Suman Mokhtarian.
So
submission. First one I've ever seen. Maybe it's been done before, but first one I've ever seen.
What does it say in his Sherdog bio? What does it say? Like what is the submission called?
That's a good question. Let's look it up on his Fight Finder. And he, what is so often the case when we find these is the fighters end up being undefeated, really these prospects that we should probably be keeping an eye on later. I don't think Fight Finder is updated yet.
Slacking.
Unfortunately. Yeah, it only has him listed at 5-0, unfortunately.
All right.
But yeah, he's now 6-0. So probably one to keep an eye out on. Maybe he's going to be doing some TP submissions in the UFC at some point. But incredible. Just never seen anything like that before. We now go to last Friday to Combate Americas 15. This one made the rounds. Melissa Martinez landed this incredible head kick.
Damn.
And
that was nice.
Here's some swag right here.
Oh.
The nice bow.
Oh.
She improved to 2-0. Can we roll that back one more time, actually?
Yes.
I think we need to see that again. This one's courtesy of Combate Americas on Twitter.
Went to the legs.
Wait. Boom. Lights out.
No extra punch needed. And also wearing
Yahaira Roma was the opponent. But congratulations to Melissa Martinez. What a kick.
She wearing a UFC Reebok shirt there?
Yeah, you might be. You might be allowed to.
Well, I mean, why not? Or maybe it's just a Reebok. It looks like.
No, I think.
Bang. Well done.
Yeah, congrats to Melissa. Okay. Number 3, and I want to get your feedback on this one.
Okay.
We've got some images on Twitter from Friday night's Professional Fighters League event down in Daytona, Florida.
Oh, yes. I talked about this at the beginning of the show a little bit.
Yeah, what I found most interesting about it was, obviously during the rain delay, the drivers kind of being involved in the event.
Why are you trying to get me in trouble? They're already texting me. Oh, why are you complaining? Why are you saying this? What do you want me to say? It was raining. It was raining and there were fights going on. What do you want me to say? It's great? Like, this is awesome? Well,
the rain part is like, I think they can figure that out. And
what? Figure what out? Stop the rain?
Yeah, no, not stop the rain, but figure out a better way to funnel it so that it doesn't get onto the canvas.
Sure.
Let's disregard the slip and slide for a moment.
It's kind of a big deal, but fine.
Sure, it's a big deal. But my focus on this part of Rick's Picks is, how did you feel about the interactivity between the Daytona drivers and the professional fighters?
Did you watch the broadcast?
I did, yeah.
Okay, so originally it was supposed to happen, I think, around 10:30, 10:45 at the conclusion of the race. And then we get notice that it's actually going down at 8:45 because of the rain, and then they bumped it to 9:05. So I start to check in at like 8:40. And first off, let me just say, Randy Couture, fantastic. I mean, if they don't hire that guy to do all their shows as far as color analysts are concerned, he was phenomenal. And I like Bas Rutten in the role of the sideline reporter. I'm a Todd Harris fan. I thought the broadcast was really well done. But leading up to the actual fights at 9:05, they had like 20 minutes of filler with the race car drivers saying like, I'm here to watch some fights and this is going to be great. I don't know who's going to win, but I'm here to watch some fights. And it was like they kept going to thing over and over. Like, let's, there actually were great. Like, that card was better than a lot of Bellator cards. John Fitch, Brian Foster, Jason Hyde, Carlos Fodor. These are actually like names in our sport. These are veterans. These are, champions. These are former champions now. Fitch's, he's no longer so it was like, why don't we try to educate these people a little bit as opposed to being like, golly, this is so great. Let's watch some fights here. It's like, no, this is an actual thing. This isn't a sideshow. People care about this. People are covering it. It felt, I wasn't disrespected. It felt disrespectful towards the fighters.
Fair. I couldn't argue with what you're saying, but I also think that associating themselves with a popular brand is a good way to go. And I thought could we have done with a little more education? Sure, but that's
they just kept one interview cool, but like it kept going on and on and on and on. I mean, it was 20 minutes of this, and I get it. The story was the rain delay, and now they're moving. What I will say was the positive was NBC seemed to really prop them up, and in the past, NBC has kind of ignored World Series of Fighting, now PFL. So that was nice. It's just like I'm sitting there and I'm waiting to watch Rama against Marquez, and I'm like, okay, I get it. It's a rain delay. It's cool. But it felt very, very much like a sideshow, right? Like a freak show thing. Like, oh, we're rain delay, but let's not worry because there are men who are about to fight without any shoes on a rain-soaked canvas, and safety be damned. Let's have a good time, and take some pictures. I don't know. It's like they were at the zoo or something. You get what I'm saying? Like, oh, this is great. Let's not really care about what it all means. They're professional athletes.
But I think that's where we're at. Like,
and also, how about the fact that you're preparing for a fight and now you're told that you're going to fight 2 hours earlier?
That part is, the logistics of that are
and kudos to Randy Couture, who was actually very honest about it, and was like, oh, like I actually thought Randy was phenomenal. Todd Harris was great. Like once we got to the actual MMA broadcast, it was honest. It was actually really nicely done. The commentary was on point. But it was the buildup when I was sitting there for 20 minutes. I was like, there's Bashrun. There he is.
Boss with some drivers and team.
Yeah.
I think we have to be realistic about an association like this. People are not going to be super educated on the sport. And so this is what we can kind of expect. But I think I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool to see the brands working together. Now, obviously,
you know what it reminded me of?
There's things to be ironed out, but
I don't know if this is going to be a constant.
No, but maybe
once
they can do something like this or do it. Yeah, exactly.
It reminded me of when WCW had their first Nitro show, and it was at the Mall of America in Minnesota, and there's like people walking around, shopping, and here's Lex Luger popping in.
Exactly. If they did an interview with them, I don't think it would go.
Well, hot damn. There's some wrestling going on here. There's some wrestling.
I think
that's the only thing that
I think we're going to get some Florida and racing fans writing into the show.
That's the only thing that was missing from the whole thing. Like people being like, "Are they wrestling in there or what? You want to wrestle me? Let's go. Let's wrestle." Oh God.
Okay. Let me try and compose myself. All right. Moving on. Speaking of interesting pairings, Snoop Dogg. This one from this report from MMAfighting.com, I believe first by ESPN.
Yes.
Snoop Dogg going to be providing alternative commentary.
Yes.
For Dana White's Tuesday Night Contender series, partnered with Uriah Faber. I think that pairing is interesting, and I think it would have been difficult if this was the only look you're getting, but since it's an alternate commentary and you're going to actually be able to choose different broadcasters, I think this is a great move, and I think I'd listen to the Snoop Dogg version. What about you?
I'm happy that you mentioned the word alternative or alternate commentary, because I think initially a lot of people were like, what? Snoop Dogg is going to be doing commentary for UFC fights? I know they're technically not UFC fights, and Dana White Tuesday Night Contender Series is actually the promoter. They're trying to distinguish it, but let's be honest, it's sort of under the umbrella. You win a couple or one, you look good, you'll probably move on. It's a fine idea, and it's great for Fight Pass. It gives you, another thing that you can sell to your subscribers. I think people miss the fact that it's an alternate thing.
Yeah.
And so there's going to be real commentators. From what I understand, they'll be trying out a bunch, in-ring announcing, all that stuff and more. So I have a hard time, as I mentioned on Twitter on Friday, getting worked up over alternate commentary. It's a fun wrinkle. It's getting them some press. If you're offended by it, I'm sure there's going to be very straight and conventional commentary. If you want to have some fun on a Tuesday night in the summertime and watch some fights and see what Snoop does and says, and he's kind of a fan, and Uriah is going to be there, why the hell not? But I didn't understand why many people seemed offended and up in arms over this. To me, it's WME kind of flexing its muscles. Snoop is a celebrity fan. Why the hell not?
Let's have some fun. Sip some gin and juice and enjoy some fights.
Let's stop taking everything so damn seriously.
Our last one here, highlighting the feud of the week.
Oh.
One, Ariel Helwani.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Versus Chase Sherman,
okay,
the Vanilla Gorilla.
If you ask me, I won. I put
Just
out.
because you won doesn't mean it's not a feud, first of all.
Well, I put out a simple challenge. I said, show me proof that you are the one running your Twitter page with all those funny GIFs and these little pictures, memes, and all that stuff.
And we're going to show a few of them on the screen here. The last one was, he was the Incredible Hulk, you were Loki, and he punched you in the face.
Yeah.
This one is...
Oh, I didn't see this.
Let's go back to the last one. This is The Rock doing the people's elbow with a DX crotch chop.
Can we play it, or it
somebody.
doesn't play?
No, I just screenshotted the Twitter. Because I think it was important to highlight his Twitter on this.
Sure.
And then the last one was some young lady who you've been photoshopped over shaking some shake weights.
Yeah.
And he says,
call me
when you're ready to come on the show and shake things up.
I will go so far as to say there is no chance in hell anymore because he is not doing it. I asked him, and he's like, oh, how can I take a video of me tweeting? I'm like, well, first of all, there's two ways you could do it. A, you could do it from your computer, right? You don't have to tweet from your phone. And B, you can ask someone to take a video of you. I'm sure you know other people who have phones in their possession and send it to you, and then you upload it. But I want proof. The only thing I got was a video of him saying, yeah, I run my Twitter. Well, you could have sent that to the person, probably your manager, who's running your Twitter. So Chase Sherman, what I say to you is, nice try, but I don't buy it. You're not running it. The jig is up.
Damn.
I'm on to you. And the whole world is on to you. So there's no beef. I won. First round, KO, 10-7. Can't even be a 10-7. It was a 10-7 up until that point because I was winning. And then I put out the challenge, and he could not respond. I win. You lose. You will not be on the show because you couldn't even provide a simple video proof. Simple video proof that you run the Twitter. That's all I ask. It was very witty. It was fun. But you know when I finally got onto him? It was the Fighters Retreat, and I knew that they were doing stuff, and he was tweeting GIFs like it was nobody's business. Brilliant strategy. Got him followers. Got him noticed. He's right under the thread. But I was like, something is rotten in the state of Denmark here. And lo and behold, he cannot produce what I asked him to produce. So I think that Chase Sherman, no beef. Chase Sherman, bum of the week. Not beef of the week, bum of the week.
Chase, I mean, I think you've got your work cut out for you. Let's get the proof.
I have thrown down the gauntlet.
Maybe you just show up in New York. Maybe you just, lay down the
yeah. Well, he's fighting. He's fighting on Long Island.
I think nothing.
You can't come in our studio.
You know what? Let me not give you the ammunition. You figure out how to make this happen, Chase.
He's not invited here. Are you crazy? He couldn't even. I mean, he's a liar. The whole operation, bunch of lies.
Chase, I mean, you better have some damn good Photoshop ready for this one. Okay. Last thing I want to say: no assets for this one. Esther Lynn, our very own photographer at MMAfighting.com, pointing out aptly that I botched it. I didn't get EKC,
yes,
our videographer Casey, almost getting hit by a table at that New Japan Pro Wrestling show.
I will talk about that. Call Michael Bisping because he's getting very upset. He doesn't like tardiness, and I respect that because he's the champion. But yes, EKC, Esther, I believe Mark Ramundi, they were at the New Japan Wrestling show. All these people tweeting about it, G1, and he was in the back, and I think Cody Rhodes flipped a table, and it hit his camera. Hopefully it doesn't affect our UFC 213 and tough finale coverage. But that happened this weekend. The coolest thing that happened this weekend was that the Young Bucks, who have a finishing move known as the Meltzer driver, I believe I'm saying that correctly, in honor of the GOAT, Dave Meltzer, did a super spectacular one because unfortunately Dave's father passed away over the weekend. And so they dedicated it to him going into their match on Sunday. And then there was a moment where they hit the move, and I can't really describe it. There's a lot of flipping involved. And then you can see one of them on camera saying something to Dave about his father. So that was incredible. I mean, think about how revered, if you don't know about Dave Meltzer and his influence in the world of professional wrestling, think about how revered you have to be to have a move dedicated to you by one of the great tag teams in the sport right now. And then they find out about this very unfortunate news, and they go a step further and dedicate it to your father. Really nice touch there. And so I thought that was, at least for me, who doesn't really follow this stuff, the highlight of the weekend. And of course, I want to send my best out to Dave Meltzer, who lost his father over the weekend. But yes, EKC had his camera knocked over as the table kind of hit him, but I think that he is okay. He is a trooper. He has been through a lot. Let us move along now and welcome in our next guest. And I'm afraid I may have pissed him off because he sent me a very disparaging text. Let's go to the Skype machine and welcome in the reigning defending UFC middleweight champion, the one and only, the Count, Michael Bisping. There he is. Uh-oh, he's chewing very aggressively. I think he's upset.
You're interrupting my breakfast, Ariel.
Breakfast? It's 12:15.
I've been to the gym.
Okay.
I've worked out. I've come back. I'm having my post-training, snack, turkey, bacon, and eggs. Is that okay?
That is a great. It's not very British of you, but it's very lovely. Look at you. It's
recovery is key, especially when you might have to take on, a prolific roid user down the line.
Oh, what do you? Let's not beat around the bush. What are you referring to here, Michael? Because there's a lot of people that
I have no idea. But you are late.
I'm sorry.
I have to record an episode of the Believe You Me podcast, which is the most ripped off clickbait shitty website quoted thing ever. But if anyone wants a good laugh, Believe You Me, check it out.
Yeah, you're doing podcasts and serious now.
This is your show. Come on, buddy, drive it.
Okay.
Let's go.
Jeez, this is a lot of pressure. Mike, as I said to you on Friday, or I think it was Friday, I said, I have refrained, and it has taken a lot of testicular fortitude to not reach out to you and invite you on the show amidst all the madness of the last few months. How would you describe, so here you are, and I'm very excited that you're here. How would you describe the last few months, or at least 2017 for you? Because it seems like every day there's a he said, she said, there's some kind of controversy, there's some kind of back and forth. Are you tired of all of this? How would you describe it all?
I mean, what are you exactly referring to? Are you referring to the GSP stuff?
Everything. It's like, okay, we thought you were okay. You have a press conference, and then the fight a month later is taken away, and then GSP says he's still fighting you, and Dana says you're not. You're fighting Romero, and then they do the interim title fight, and now he's saying GSP's fighting welterweight, but GSP is still saying he wants to fight you, and you have a knee injury. I mean, it's just been a lot, right?
Sure. Okay. So it's annoying, because the general consensus, not the general consensus, but from the little bitches on the internet, they're all talking shit like I'm trying to avoid fighting. May I remind everybody, I've had more fights in the UFC than any other human being on planet Earth, and more wins, incidentally, as well. So the fact that I'm trying to all of a sudden avoid fighting is ridiculous. Another theory is that I'm trying to hang on to my belt for as long as possible. If that was the case, then last time after I beat Rockhold, on the Monday, I was still hungover from the Saturday night celebrations. I accepted a fight against Dan Henderson. On the Monday, less than 48 hours since I'd won the fucking thing, I agreed to fight somebody else, okay? So I've had more fights than anyone. I agreed at my next fight less than 48 hours after I'd won the belt. So that logic doesn't stack up. I was supposed to fight GSP. Why wouldn't I want to fight him? Of course, that would be, it's big business. And not only that, the guy was the welterweight legend forever. I would love that on my legacy. We've been over this a million times.
Yeah.
Now Dana's saying he doesn't want to fight. George is saying he does want to fight. I know that I want to fight. And if we can still make the George thing happen, then great. I'm all in. George, if you're watching this, I have done everything I can. I have told Dana White. I've expressly I've expressed my desire to fight George St. Pierre. Every time we speak on the phone, I say, okay, listen, that's all well and good. What about me and GSP? He says GSP doesn't want to fight. GSP does not want to fight. He wants to fight a welterweight. So, George, I've done everything I can. Okay, if you want this fight to happen, get on your phone, call somebody up, send some messages, do fucking something. Because I couldn't care. I'm sick of everybody saying I don't want to fight. Honestly, who I fight next, I couldn't give a shit. I really couldn't. Whether it's GSP, whether it's Yoel, whether it's Whittaker. I'm sick of all the bullshit. I've got to fight. I've started training again. My knee is still very much giving me issues, but who cares? You know, I've got to fight. So, you know, I'm blowing off the cobwebs. I'm getting ready. Towards the end of the year, one of those three will get it.
Mentally, are you just moving on from GSP, and if it resurfaces, great, but you can't really hang on to it anymore? Is that the way you're viewing all of this?
Yeah, kind of. You know, I mean, of course, I would like that. You know, for all the reasons, all the obvious reasons. It's GSP, he's a legend, all this stuff, a big payday. That's great. So, you know, I'm in the gym and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be doing footwork against the southpaw. I'm supposed to be working against the wrestler. I'm supposed to be working for a striker like Robert Whittaker. I have no idea what's going to happen. Of course, we'll get some clarification after the weekend. But I don't know. George says he wants to fight. George, make the call, man. Call the UFC. I know he's saying that he wants to, but I've told Dan until I'm blue in the face. I really can't say it anymore. I respect George a lot, but now it's his time to step up. As far as I'm concerned, we did a press conference. But if that fight's not going to happen, then so be it. I'll move on. You know, and Whittaker or Romero, I really couldn't care less. May the best man win.
Were you surprised when you found out that he had an eye injury in January and that he told the UFC, but they still went ahead with the press conference? In hindsight, do you feel like if they just kind of held off, none of this mess would have happened?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I think the UFC knew about it, yeah. So I think maybe they were hoping that we were going to fight now. We were going to fight in July, and as it turns out, I think he wasn't cleared the contact or something like that. So, yeah, you know, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. As far as I'm concerned, whether or not we fought in July or fought a few months later, it doesn't really matter.
Right.
Especially when you got McGregor, who's, you know, holding up his division for an entirely different sport. So, you know, the UFC are happy to do that. I don't see why one of the longest tenured soldiers doesn't get the same allowance.
What was your reaction when you found out that they were going to do an interim title fight?
There was zero reaction. Dana called me and asked me if he could do an interim. I swear to God. He called me. He said, Mike, listen, do you want to fight July or not? I said, Dana, I've told you. I can't be ready by July. He said, well, dude, do you mind if we do an interim title fight? Or we're going to have to do an interim title fight or something like that. And I said, honestly, I couldn't care less. Go ahead. Do it. You want to sell pay-per-views? I understand. It's a business. It makes the fight sound a little sexier. And all it does, it just cements the number one contender. So it doesn't care. It doesn't bother me one little bit, not one little iota. And here's the thing. They are not fighting for the belt. That's why I put on Instagram last night, this belt is not for grabs. And it's not up for grabs. And even the UFC know that. And Robert and Yoel must know that. And you know how we know this? Because they're the co-main events of Valentina fucking Shevchenko, okay? If the real 185-pound belt was on the line, they would be the main event, right? And that is a fact. But they're not. Why aren't they? Because the interim belt isn't worth the leather that it's printed on.
So does it kind of bust your I don't know what the proper word is. Does it grind your gears when you hear people say this is the real title fight, this is for the real belt, these are the top two guys, blah blah blah? Well, how do you react when you hear that sort of thing? Because I know you hear it, I know you get it.
I was gonna say grind my gears. It's funny. You know, not really. I mean, listen, I've got very thick skin. The amount of abuse I get on Instagram these days is off the charts, you know. So that's why I couldn't care less whether it's bloody, you know, GSP, Yoel Romero, Robert Whittaker, Daffy Duck. I couldn't care less, you know what I mean? It's time to get in there and fight. And I could do with a payday. Money's always nice, you know. So, and by the way, I've accepted fights with short notice. I've had more fights than anyone. I accepted fights for the UFC, getting on the scale for my actual fight, and I agreed to future fights 6 weeks later. So I couldn't give a shit. Fighting's in my DNA. I fight all the time. Because people think that I'm scared or it bothers me and I'm trying to, hang on to my title so I can stay champion a little bit longer, then it's absolutely hilarious. Does it bother me? No, it doesn't bother me, of course. You know, I mean, the UFC, they got to do what they got to do. They got to try and sell pay-per-views. They got to hype this up. It's going to be a big event. So they're sticking an interim title fight on there. It's just business. You know, does it detract from my belt? Not one little bit. It doesn't detract from my accomplishment. I knocked out Luke Rockhold, became the champion inside 1 round. Regardless of whatever happens from then on, nothing can take away from that. I defended it 2 months later against Dan Henderson, and now here we are. So, no. It's all good here, bud.
Do you feel like some fighters and critics and fans are trying to rewrite your legacy? Because for the longest time, you were the guy who was the best fighter to never fight for the belt, who fought everyone, anytime, any place, who, you know, fought Belfort, all that stuff, the eye injury. And now they're trying to say, like, oh, you're the worst champion. You don't want to defend your belt. You're holding on to it. And I feel for you. I feel like this is not fair. This is not something that you created. Okay, fine, fair.
Don't feel for me.
All right.
Don't feel for... I appreciate that, Ariel. That's very kind. But listen... I'm in a very good place. Look at me. I'm sat in Southern California, got a beautiful wife. I've got 3 amazing kids. I'm a happy man. You think I give a fuck what some sad little bastard on the internet says about me? And then when you click on the profile, they're private because all they do is sit in their mum's basement and hate on everybody. That does not bother me. I've just been down in the gym this morning. I sparred a few rounds. I hit the bag a few rounds. I feel great, you know. These guys trying to distract from what I've accomplished. They're just jealous. You know, it's as simple as that, you know. I mean, you got Yoel Romero out there talking shit. You've even got the most boring bastard in the world, Robert Whittaker. He's piped up and started off in his little trap lately as well. So, you know, anyone, anywhere, anytime, yeah, I'm true to that. So GSP, Romero, Whittaker, whenever you want to do it, listen, I'm in. Let's go, 100%. All 3. I'll do all 3. Couldn't care less. It's time to fight. You know, and all you little bitches on the internet, I'll make you eat your words.
Romero, Whittaker, do you have a preference?
You know, I mean, they're both beatable. They're both very beatable. And when I look at Yoel Romero, you know, everyone gets really excited about him. And listen, you know, he's had some impressive finishes. But I see a very beatable man. Chris Weidman went out there, your longtime friend Chris Weidman, and I'm not trying to knock Chris Weidman at all. I'm not. God bless him, and I hope he wins against Gastelum. I wish him the best. But why was Chris Weidman trying to constantly out-wrestle an Olympic gold medal wrestler? Because he was shit scared, because he didn't want to engage. You don't try and out-wrestle someone who's a better wrestler than you. So, you know, and he paid the price. Derek Brunson, for crying out loud, was almost beating him. Tim Kennedy almost had him beat. He's a beatable guy, and these guys play his game. Derek Brunson was wrestling him. I guess a guy like Whittaker's going to use his footwork. He's younger. He's got less miles on the clock. He's got better footwork. He's got better striking. Romero, if you make him attack you, as he comes in, listen, he's a sloppy striker. He's very sloppy. So powerful, yes. Knockout power, yes. Tons of it, of course. Capable of knocking people's heads off. But he's also very sloppy. So he swings in these wild punches like this, right? And he just leaves his chin out there. Against a counter fighter like Robert Whittaker, he's going to capitalize on that. Romero's going to get tired. Everybody says that, you know, but he gets his knockouts in the 3rd round. But I'm telling you, round 4 or 5, Whittaker's going to put that guy away.
Wow. So you're predicting Robert Whittaker becomes the interim champion?
Maybe. Or who knows? I mean, Wonderboy knocked out Whittaker as well. So, you know, maybe he's a little chinny. Who knows?
Will you be attending?
Well, I'll tell you this. If Wonderboy knocked out Whittaker, I'm sure as hell Romero can, okay? If a welterweight can knock out Whittaker, then I'm sure Romero can. Who knows? It can go one of either way. Romero might blast his head off. Whittaker, you know, might tap dance around the octagon for a while and then get him with the left hook. Who knows? Either way, I'm looking forward to a good fight. I'm looking forward to finding out who the #1 contender is.
Is there a part of you that thinks, okay, I've had this feud with Romero, so if I'm not going to get the GSP fight, that's the one that's probably going to sell more? Because you did just say that Whittaker was boring.
Well, Whittaker is boring, isn't it? He's a nice guy. But there's a TV show in England called Harry Enfield and Sons. There was a character on there called Tim Nice But Dim. Tim Nice But Dim. Yeah, he reminds me of him. Tim Nice But Dim. He's nice, but he's dim, and he's not entertaining. He needs to open his mouth a little bit more. He's good in the cage, though, so that's the main thing, I guess. Leading up to a fight, I do like to have a little bit of fun. Why not? And Romero would be good for that. But he's also a cheat. He's a prolific steroid user. But I will say this, out of the pair of them, Yoel is the one I'd rather punch in the face. But I did see Whitaker saying a couple of disparaging remarks recently. So,
like what? What did he say?
I'm a bit like, I can't remember. I was struggling to stay awake whilst he was talking, but he was saying some shit. And it wasn't nice. It was, it was a little bit nasty out of his mouth. You know what I mean? So I was like, all right. Well, I kind of want to punch him as well. And GSP, I kind of want to punch them all, but it's we'll see what the UFC want to do. George, man up, make a call. I know you know how to use Twitter, and I respect that, but call the main man, call Dana White. I've done it. I text GSP, I said, listen, I'm backed into a corner. I've said everything I can say. If he doesn't step up, I'm going to take on the winner of these two.
Yeah.
I want to do it. A lot of people want that fight. Failing that, I've got to take one of these two. But, George, if you're watching, which I know you are.
Yes.
I know you are. You've got to be watching because you want to know what I'm saying.
Yes.
You've got until Saturday, because on Saturday, I'm going to be on the FS1 post-fight show. Tune in, because one of those bell ends, Whitaker or Romero, will be joining me at the desk.
Yes.
So no doubt we'll have fireworks. And if I can't say I'm fighting GSP by then I have to say I'm going to fight Whitaker or Romero. I can't be a little bitch about it. So basically, the countdown is on, George. You've got 5 days. Get on the phone. Get on the email, internet. Call your manager, whatever. If you want to make this fight happen, you've got 5 days. Failing that, one of those two knobheads will have to get it.
He told me on Thursday that he still wants to fight you, that he did not have a meeting with Dana White about fighting for the...
Yeah, I know. And I want to fight him. I want to fight him. I do.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it, trust me, I have said it till I'm blue in the face. GSP. And Dana says, if I can make the GSP fight, I'll make it happen. And then I spoke to George's coach, so I called Dana up. I said, he wants to fight. And he's like, no, you don't. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. I'm like, well, I can't speak for George.
Yeah.
I can't speak for George. I can say what I've heard, but that's up to George.
Let me ask you this. If you do get George St. Pierre, and if you guys do fight November 4th at MSG, Madison Square Garden, which seems like a venue that makes a lot of sense for the return of GSP, you win that fight. What are the chances you say, peace out, I'm done?
No, if I fight GSP, I've got to fight, one of those two lumpheads that are working this weekend, know. So, otherwise I'll never hear the end of it. Right. You know what I mean? So, fingers crossed, fingers crossed I fight GSP. As I said, we've got 5 days. Because I can't physically, as a man, sit there when either, what they called, Yoel or Whitaker.
Yeah.
I can't physically, as a man, not agree to fight them. You know what I mean? That's just not in my DNA. If I haven't got another opponent, I have to do that. If GSP fight is on, then I can say, oh, well, listen, after I beat GSP. Failing that, I've got to say, right, okay, I'll deal with one of you two later in the year. Sorry, what was your question?
So I was saying...
Oh, sorry, yeah, you're asking about GSP.
Out.
But if the GSP fight happens, then I've got to fight one of them. Of course I do, absolutely. And then we'll maybe think about retirement.
Are you kind of itching now? I mean, it's been what 9 months since you last fought. Like, how do you? This is a long layoff for you. You're used to being very active. How are you dealing with this?
Well, this is it. It has been a long layoff, and again, for all you little idiots on the internet that don't know your arse from your elbow and couldn't fight you out of a wet paper bag, but feel the need to criticise someone like me. I've been one of the busiest guys on the roster forever. That's why I've got the most wins, the most bloody significant strikes, the most main events. I'm the middleweight champ. The list goes on, Ariel. I could go on all day, but I won't bore you. I've been a very, very busy fighter, and I had a knee surgery turned into 2 knee surgeries. And you know what? To be honest, a little bit of a break has been nice as well, just to ease off the gas a little bit. I've been fighting 2-3 times a year. I think I had 4 fights within like a 14-month turnaround. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of training camps. That's a lot of sparring. That's a lot of punches to the head. That's a lot of dieting. A lot of time away from my family. A lot of everything. Basically, a lot of sacrifice. So it's only been 9 months. Is it 9 months?
Well,
no, October, November, December.
July.
All right, whatever. 8-9 months. Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. It's been refreshing. You know, but I am itching to get back in there. I want to defend my belt. This is who I am. It's what I do. I haven't forgot about that. Everyone gives me shit saying I think I'm an actor these days. I do a little bit of that on the sidelines, but I'm still very much a fighter. So, you know, and I'm the champion, so I've got to fight. I missed it. Of course I do. I love it.
By the way, speaking of acting, before I let you go, there's a guy who emails me all the time. Can you find out from Michael Bisping about Twin Peaks? I've never seen this show. And then when I announced that you were coming on, he said, please, we have such a loyal Twin Peaks following and Bisping's on, and this is such a big deal. I don't know what he wants to know about Twin Peaks, but for the sake of this gentleman who writes me, I think his name is Danny, what can you say about your role on Twin Peaks? Why is this so important? Should I be watching this? I've never even heard of the show before you got involved.
You never heard of Twin Peaks. Well, shame on you, Ariel. For the nerd that you are, I would have thought that, you know, Twin Peaks is right up your street.
No.
Fantastic TV show. First one's on Netflix. Check it out.
Okay.
This is a continuation 20 years later. My role was very, very small. And Danny, unfortunately, I couldn't tell you anything because they were very, very secretive when we made it. Typically, when you're going to, you know, audition or whatever, you get what's called the sides and email the sides through to you, you know, so you can learn your lines, etc., etc. On this occasion, they were so secretive about it, they had to read the sides over the phone and explain the situation so that I couldn't forward that email to somebody else and kind of release what the plot was. So they're very, very secretive. So all I know is about the scene I was in. So unfortunately, Danny, yeah, I can't help you out. But I will say this, big week of fights. I fly to Vegas tomorrow.
Oh.
Excited to be there. Excited to see how this all pans out. I think Whittaker wins by a stoppage in round 4 or 5.
Wow.
I think Yoel Romero is a piece of shit. I think Robert Whittaker will then make for the most boring lead up to a fight you could ever imagine. Just been coming out with vanilla answers, you know, typical Reebok athlete.
Whoa, what does that mean? What does that mean?
That's about it.
What does that mean, typical Reebok athlete?
Nothing. Nothing. I don't know why I even said that. I'm just seeing him all over the place.
All right.
I'll take them both on if you want. You know, we'll do one after the other. Luke Rockhold's still a piece of shit. He's still timing up. I hope he gets eaten by a bloody giraffe or a lion. He's out in there living Playboy lifestyle again.
How did you know that?
He likes to talk shit about me,
How did
saying
you know
that I've got the division in disarray.
Yeah.
He hasn't fought in over a year.
Yeah.
He hasn't done anything. He's out bloody, you know, chasing tigers or whatever. You know, molesting tiger balls again. So Rockhold's an idiot. Listen, we all know Yoel's still on steroids. He's done some good stuff down there that him and Vitor and everybody in South Florida, we're all taking. We know he's on steroids. Come on. So he's still taking steroids. He'll probably gas out and get beat. Whittaker's boring. Rockhold's still a dickhead. And that's about it.
All right. By the way, how many whales did you see this weekend?
Believe You Me podcast. Available on iTunes and everywhere. Check it out. Ariel, adios.
Wait.
Good work.
How many whales did you see this weekend?
Oh, okay.
How many whales?
Oh. I went whale watching with the kids. Well, no, with one kid. The other two are a bit older now. They're not really interested in coming with mum and dad. And I'll tell you this, it's easier with one kid.
Sure.
Way easier with one than 3. But the other two just win the whole time, complain.
Yeah.
And I've been on this whaling company before. We only saw one whale, man. And because like a split second, its tail came out of the water. So it was a little disappointing. But we're going to go back.
Okay.
We're going to do it again.
And I think that describes the kind of person and fighter that you are, resilient. If at first you don't succeed, go back and try to find more whales. You know what I mean? It has been nice to catch up, Michael. I thought you're all over the place. I'm surprised you had some time for us. You know, we used to have you on before you had any platform, any kind of shows, podcastings of that. So I'm happy that you're able to squeeze us in here on this Monday afternoon.
Well, Ariel, you know you have my number and you never call, so you can try and G it up like I'm the bloody, like I'm Mr. Big Time these days. But I think it's quite the opposite. Ever since you left Fox, you're that little basement show that you have there, you're doing well. So good for you. Keep it up and talk to you soon, bud.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. We'll see you out there in Vegas, hopefully. There he is, the one and only Michael Bisping. Always great to catch up with the reigning, defending middleweight champion, the Count, Michael Bisping. During that interview, he did mention Cris Weidman, who I do believe is here. Cris Weidman. So we stick with the middleweight theme. I wanted to have Cris Weidman in because he is fighting on July 22nd on Long Island against the one and only Kelvin Gastelum. And he is being brought into our studio right now. There he is. Yes. Walking in.
What's going on?
On the fly. Right here. We're going to give you a seat.
Oh, nice.
I'm just alerting the masses.
Did you get a black belt?
Yes, I did.
Nice.
You see that?
Good for you, man.
Yeah, how about that? Thank you for coming. 1 second. Here we go. We're doing it all on the fly right now.
What's
welcome.
up, buddy?
How are you?
doing? Nice to see you.
What do you think?
This is nice. This is really nice.
I think you're
Where
turning.
am I? There I am.
There you are.
And then there's another one, right? There's my shoe.
There's your
Sign
shoe.
That. We got Ally Quinto over there. So
Yeah.
That's a good one.
We've got a lot of.
You got Matt Serra up here.
Come on.
Hater.
I would never.
You got Mayhem Miller.
I do. Greatest photo taken in MMA history.
DSP fight. Which one was
yeah,
that from?
that was after Johnny Hendricks when he said goodbye.
All right. That's it?
That's it as far as you're concerned.
All right. Not bad.
What do you think? You like it?
This is nice.
I've come a long way.
You upgraded.
Remember when you were first introduced to us?
Where are the cameras in this place?
There's
Over
one
here?
there. There's one there. There's one over there.
This is hard to get used to.
Remember when we first saw you?
I remember
It
very
was,
well.
it was
yeah,
in
I was
a little
very
crappy
nervous.
AOL studio, and now look at us.
You were lucky enough. I was lucky enough to be on the show.
You were.
You just knew John Vellante,
The real star.
and he was nice enough to say, "Hey, I have a friend that is really good. You
Weidman.
kind of let him on." And you were like, "Oh, this is Cris Weidman. He was a good wrestler." And then there I was.
2 weeks later, you're in the UFC.
Fedor was, I think, walking around the building with
Yes.
about 35
That's right. Priest.
Russian people.
2 weeks later, you were in the UFC. The crazy thing was that you told us you were injured, and then you were hoping that no one saw the interview.
Yeah.
That wouldn't fly now.
Apparently, Alessio Sakara saw it because he was coming on body shots hard, and I was feeling every one of them. I had a fractured rib for that.
What's going on here? You're like a walking billboard. Monster, you got Reebok.
Monster,
You're a
Reebok.
real company man.
I just got done training at Henzo's.
Yes.
You get your ass kicked over there a little bit. You need some energy, and Monster helps out. So
It's very hard to get you in studio, especially so far from Henzo. So I really appreciate you doing this.
This is far, man.
Yeah.
The taxi ride.
How much do I owe you?
I
I have my wallet in there.
I didn't check, but it was probably like $200.
Was? Did you come alone?
Yeah, I came along.
Wow.
$200.
No frills.
A lot of guys from Long Island, they don't want to make it out to the city anymore. They're becoming little divas.
Why?
Like Vellante. It's you take the train in, you get your training in, you're exhausted, and you wait for the train to hit back. And guys, it's a tiring day.
Yeah.
But for me, it's worth it because you go to Henzo's, you got so many good guys. I mean, I got some of the best jiu-jitsu guys in the world to go with. So.
How long does it take to get there?
For me, from my gym area, it's about 30 minutes. 34-minute train ride, yeah.
And you go every Monday?
I've been going every Monday.
Only Mondays?
Pretty much only Mondays. I was doing sparring out at Henzo's on Saturdays for a while, but we kind of just switched it up to just Mondays now.
Are you still going to New Jersey?
Not going to New Jersey.
Why?
as
What
much.
happened?
Well, for my last camp, Mark was coming out to me a lot.
Yeah, Mark Henry.
Yeah. And it was just, he has so much to offer. He's one of the best coaches in the world, but we just weren't able to, with the difference, like with the amount of time he needed to travel, it was too much for him, too much for us. Like for a guy like him, he has so much to offer where I need to get like at least 3 times a weekend with him.
Okay.
It just wasn't possible. It takes a long time hitting rush hour and stuff like that. So this time, I didn't. It was almost unfair for him to make him come out all the time, and so this time we didn't do that.
Did you? I don't know.
Still, my boy to death. I love that guy.
Sure. Will he be
I missed
cornering
his
you?
4th of July party yesterday, so he's probably mad at me. But
Oh. Well, what
we
would you do?
had people over my house.
Yeah, you look nice and tan.
Thank you, man.
Are you slimmer than usual this far out?
No, not really.
Really?
It
How
might
much
be
you weigh?
it might be the shirt.
The shirt.
Like 208, something like that.
That's normal, or is that more than normal?
About normal. Depends on the camp. Sometimes I've been less. Sometimes I've been more. It's about normal.
Are you working with? So we did that weight cutting video with Tyler Minton.
Yes.
And DC just told us that he's living with him.
Yeah. Yep.
So are you not going to be working with him?
No, we're working together. He didn't come live with me or anything like that.
Okay.
My weight's been pretty good. We use Eat Clean Bro, and he kind of helps facilitate how much protein, how much carbs, and fat. Eat Clean Bro sends to my house. So I get meals 2 times a week, and between him and my strength coach and nutritionist also, Tony Ricci, they kind of work together and come up with a game plan for me.
Were you listening to that interview with Michael Bisping?
I caught some of it, but I just to be honest, I just had to keep going back and forth to the bathroom. My stomach's been killing me. I got a weak stomach. I don't know.
Are we talking
I had my
onesies or twosies?
Twosies.
Oh,
I had my cheat meals yesterday. So after a hard workout, drinking some caffeine.
Are you nervous?
My body's just going through it.
New studio? Talking to me?
I'm not nervous.
Did you hear what he said about you?
No. What did he say?
He basically just...
Sorry, it wasn't nice.
Well, all he said, we were talking about Romero, and he said that you fought scared. That why were you shooting on an Olympic wrestler? You were scared to get hit.
No, I wasn't scared to get hit at all. I mean, for me, it's been the same thing every time I fight anybody. You know, I try to mix it up between the strikes and the wrestling, and Yoel Romero's the type of guy who gets tired. And going into the third round, he took a while to get off the stool. He was pulling that whole thing, and I thought I had him broke. So there's no better way than to mentally and physically beat somebody than to wrestle him. And if I had gotten that takedown where I didn't get hit with it, if I hadn't got hit with that knee, I think it could have been game over for him. So it's just a game of inches and one bad mistake. But no, I always use my wrestling.
Okay. We have so much to discuss as far as your next fight is concerned because we are less than, 3
weeks.
19
a little less
days.
than 3 weeks, yep.
Yeah, 19 days. You were offered to fight on Long Island. Last time we spoke, you were like, you know what? I have to reconsider the next time I get a fight here in New York. Of course, Long Island means a lot to you. That's where you're from. Did you have to think about it when they said, we want you to main event Long Island, Nassau Coliseum right next to you, considering what's happened the last 2 times, considering what happened with the Mousasi fight, how much did you have to think about it?
For me, I loved it. I love the idea of main eventing the first ever Nassau Coliseum card, just me being from Long Island. But the people closest to me were like, no, you're not doing it. No, you're not doing it. And I was just like, yes, I am. Whatever.
Really?
You know, the fact is, I mean, at the end of the day, you can't leave it to the refs. You can't leave it to the judges. And I got put in that position last time where it happened to go that way. And it's kind of a rare occasion. I'm just hoping the odds are that doesn't happen again. You know, so I just hope to have more control over this fight and make sure that nothing weird like that happens.
So it was a no-brainer.
For me, it was a no-brainer. I mean, it's an honor and a privilege to be able to fight at Nassau Coliseum and also to be the main event. So, yeah, I had to take it.
What is the state of your appeal?
I just got it back in the mail yesterday, actually.
Oh, wow.
And,
good timing.
Yeah, so I did not win the appeal. Okay. Nothing that we didn't expect. I didn't even read it. My wife was reading it. It was more like, I guess when there's something that happens inside the octagon and it has to do with the injury, the commission's allowed to look at replay. I guess something like that is what it was about. Even though I guess the rules that were explained to us is that there was no replay, but I guess apparently if something happened to where there was an injury, they're allowed to look at replay and reverse.
That was their explanation.
That was pretty much what I heard from my wife.
Are you at peace?
Either way, I didn't put my eggs in that basket. Like, oh, I need to have a no contest.
You would have been surprised if they reversed it.
I would have been kind of surprised for them to admit they were wrong and that, you know. Yeah, I would have been kind of surprised. So.
And now, was it weird, or at least now, like, because you took them to task, like you appealed the decision made in New York, and now you're fighting in New York. Do you feel like there's a bullseye on you? Do you feel like it's going to be awkward when dealing with the commission?
For me, I mean, I guess if they decide to make it awkward, go ahead. But for me, I'm very focused on my fight, and I'm not going to let them have any power over me, making me feel awkward. You know, I'm going to be fighting in my home state with all my fans and friends here and my family, so I'm gonna be very comfortable. And if they get weird about things, that's on them. I'm not gonna let that affect me.
Was anyone other than Kelvin offered to you, or was it always him? Because he was supposed to fight Anderson June 3rd, I believe it was, 212 Rio, and then that didn't come to fruition because he popped. Before that, was anyone offered?
Not for Long Island. Okay. UFC was asking if I would fight Anderson Silva. This was, I think, like 3.5 weeks before that fight was going on, or maybe 4 weeks.
In Rio?
In Rio.
Oh.
And I'm just like, no. I was still getting things checked out on my body and, you know, just going to different doctors. And I had gone to Vegas, getting it all checked out. And I'm like, I already beat the guy twice. I'm going to take a fight on short notice and head to his hometown to fight him. I'm like, yeah, it's not happening. I was like, I have no problem fighting Anderson again if you want me to fight him, but let's bump it a couple more weeks if you want to do it in Nassau Coliseum or do it some other time. But I wasn't going to just do it on short notice and, you know, take that risk.
And then they gave you Kelvin.
And then, yeah, Kelvin wasn't on. I had no idea I would be fighting Kelvin. And then they just offered it, and I was like, all right, let's do it.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely odd. You know, I just never imagined myself fighting Kelvin. You have all these different guys in the middleweight division that you kind of keep your eyes on. He wasn't one of the guys, but he's a tough kid he's got 2 wins in a row at middleweight against some good guys. And he earned his stripes, and he has a lot to prove, and he's got momentum. So it's a tough kid, and apparently a lot of people think he could beat me. So it's one of those things that excites me.
People are saying that to you?
No, I'm just saying people, think it would be a good fight. So I'm excited to go out there and do my thing.
So this was discussed going into the Mousasi fight. Hey, take an easy fight, get back on track, get your confidence. Now you're fighting a guy who's on a winning streak again. Like, was there any part of you that was like, or anyone tried to convince you to take a fight against a guy who's top 50? Just get a win.
Who am I going to fight? Name a guy. UFC is I'm fighting the best guys in the world. I mean, who am I going to fight that's like, oh, he's going to lay down for me and just let me beat his ass? That doesn't happen. So I'd rather fight the best guys, these guys up with momentum coming forward and that believe in themselves and beat that.
Are you surprised? I don't know if you know this, but Kelvin is actually the betting favorite.
Is he?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, Vegas has got that one wrong. What can I say?
Would you bet on yourself? Or have other people bet
I've never done that before. Yeah. I've never bet on myself, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people betting on me.
Does that kind of blow your mind? Have we forgotten about this?
It does kind of blow my mind. I'm on a losing streak and people are buying into that, and I understand, but I'm far from finished. If I was a guy right now who is sparring and getting beat up by guys in the practice room that I used to beat, then I start questioning myself, and maybe I am not the guy I thought I was. But that's not the case. I'm improving. The guys I spar with, the guys I train with, I'm continuing to do really good, and so I haven't lost a step. It just happened to be lost technically in my last 3 fights. It's just part of the game.
This moment right here, it is immortalized on our wall. What is it? 3 years, 3 or 4 years has it been now? Holy smokes! No idea. What do you see when you see that?
That was an awesome moment, man. That was
that's you, of course. If anyone's not watching, you knocking out Anderson.
He was playing with me a little bit too much, and I just got freaking pissed. And I said, I'm not going to stop punching until I knock you out.
UFC 162 this weekend, like the July 4th weekend show, right?
Yep. We had the American flags out, the Brazilian flags. It was my first time hearing the Uva Mahera.
Yeah.
It was my first time ever on pay-per-view. It was my first time with any fandom and people actually knowing who I am.
Right.
It was a crazy time. It was a lot of focus to get through that. This is a guy who had beaten so many guys before they even got in the octagon, and I was very determined not to let that guy be me. So it was a great time.
Is that like a drug? That feeling? Is that like a drug that you feel like you'll be chasing for your entire career?
I want to win. I want to get that belt back. But the biggest thing is I want to be able to support my family, make that as much money as I possibly can. So when I'm done with this sport, I could choose what I want to do. Of course, getting a win like that, I don't know if I'll ever have a win like that again. A win where I'm fighting the greatest of all time. Everyone is counting me out, and the people closest to me believed that I could do it, and I did. To say I was going to finish him and to go out there and finish him. When people were laughing at me, I had death threats from Brazil for being so confident. You have to realize the guys that he was fighting before me, like guys were just, they didn't believe in themselves, He fought Stephan Bonner, I think, to fight before me. I mean, he was just playing with these guys, and then he would find a way to just embarrass them with some type of spectacular knockout. And that just energized me, it lit a fire in me to just be the guy to break that down.
You obviously don't regret being a fighter. It's been great for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've made money, you've accomplished great things. But when you said something just now about making the most amount of money possible for your family before you can move on, I'm sort of reminded of how different. Like you are how old? 30?
33.
33.
Just turned 33 this month, June 17th.
Happy birthday! I turned 35 on Saturday.
Old man.
Yeah.
Old man.
But I'm reminded because, like my job, I will talk. I could talk about MMA until I'm 70, right?
Yeah.
But at some point, your time is going to come. Is there an intense stress on your life and children? Like you have to make the most amount of money possible in the shortest amount of time possible, right? Before your number is called, right?
Yeah.
Do you think about that a lot as a father of 3? This is what you are born to do. You are born to be a fighter. You are making a ton of money as a fighter, but that can't last forever. You just hope to be in a position to move on and continue to make that sort of money once you're done fighting.
I understood this as soon as I got into the sport. I was always in a rush. At 9-0, I was fighting Anderson Silva.
Right.
I pushed the envelope always because I knew this wasn't going to last forever. This isn't a job where I get to sit behind a mic and talk about something I love. This is a sport where your body will slowly go on you. And so you got to make the most of every moment that you have. And so I knew that from day one. And that's why I took so many risks. That's why I took the 10-day notice fight with Damian Maia and took a fight on 2 weeks' notice with Alessio Sakara with broken ribs. And did a lot of crazy things that I look back at now. And it's just it's a crazy road. It's something I could look back when I'm done and be like, wow, that was pretty amazing. But it's not done yet. I have a lot more I need to accomplish. I'm not declining, even though my record looks like you would think, oh man, he's on his way out. Believe me, all the people that support me, I will prove you right. You guys will realize that I'm here, but even better than I've ever been. Just certain circumstances happened in my last couple of fights where I wasn't able to show it, but the real Cris Weidman will come back out.
You made a lot of headlines. It was very cool to hear the story about how you were considering kind of moving back into your parents' basement and starting over prior to 210, right? For this camp, any changes, any revelations, any moments, epiphanies, anything like that?
Nothing crazy. I've been sleeping in the guest room so I could sleep and get my actual sleep in. Just very focused. We got 3 weeks left. I'm already in top shape. I've been sparring 5 rounds, even 6 rounds with a couple of different guys now for a while. I'm in shape. I'm ready to go already. Now it's almost to the point where I start weaning it out, like kind of wind it down a little bit, just getting there, feeling fresh. So I feel good. I feel really good. There's nothing.
No drastic changes.
No drastic changes. Nothing.
Have you watched the Mousasi fight?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you react when you watch it? Overall, you happy up until the point, the controversial moment? Were you happy with what you were doing?
I felt like I was winning the fight, but I didn't like some of the things I was doing in the fight. I felt like I was rushing it. Okay. I think I was almost a little bit overconfident in that fight. I thought I was just going to run through him, take him down, and finish him. And it kind of, if you watch the fight, it looked like that was exactly what I was going to do. I took him down. At one point, I mounted him, and even when I mounted him the one time he turned his back, I was just very anxious to just flatten him out and finish the fight instead of just being calm and realizing that I have dominant position, let it take over on its own, wait for my openings for submissions and strikes. I was a little bit overzealous, I feel like, in that fight, a little bit too anxious to finish the fight. So I'm excited to go out there and relax and wait for the finish to come on its own.
I'll never forget that post-fight interview where you're kind of telling everyone, like, you're apologizing, and it was just like, it was very, your post-fight interviews have become somewhat memorable now, for various reasons, the ups and the downs. But that was a very unique one where you were like, you remember that? You were apologizing to the people, and
I was definitely a little out of it. I just had got hit knee in the head twice. I was very angry and frustrated, and at the same time, you try to cool down and collect yourself, and I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I think I was just telling everybody I love them and I'm sorry.
Yes.
And it's just the truth. I have a lot of gratitude and respect for this game, and as much as these fans are unforgiving, I get brutalized on the internet and everything, I really do have a strong love for the people that follow this game and the people that follow me and believe in me, because I do have a strong support system. And I just felt like it was one of those weird times where I just wanted to tell everybody that I do love him.
Will you be disappointed if he doesn't re-sign Gegard with the UFC?
That was the fight I thought I was going to have, and at this point, I'm not even focused. I got Gastelum in 3 weeks. Mousasi. That would be kind of disappointing because he's a top fighter, and UFC fighter. UFC is the organization where we do have the best fighters. So for him to leave would be a letdown to the middleweight division. But I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
I spoke to Luke Rockhold on Friday, and he was very still upset about the current state of the division. And I think we're going to get some clarity coming up on Saturday because the interim title is on the line. Mm-hmm. Do you feel like it's going to start to get back to normal soon? It's going to keep. It feels like it kind of stalled for a bit with this GSP fight and all that stuff. Do you feel like it's going to start to You're looking at me like
No, I'm just waiting. I'm just listening.
you don't. Well, can I say what your look said
go
to me?
ahead.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I really don't care.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, I have no leverage or momentum to say anything about the division right now. I gotta win.
Yeah.
And I have a tough guy in front of me, and that's what I'm focused on. But the division will come to more of a normal place, I think, when he actually fights a number one contender for the first time, and he hasn't done that. The one fight I give him is that Luke fight. I got injured, 2 weeks notice. He jumps in. He's doing a movie shoot. No one gave him a shot, including me. He goes out there and knocks out Luke Rockhold in the first round, and all power to him. But what happened after the fight is where everybody has a problem. He did amazing. The guy had never had a real opportunity to fight for the title. He stepped up on short notice and made it happen, and he got the W. But after that, he right away he's fighting a 46-year-old guy who's ranked number 14, and then all of a sudden he's talking about GSP, who hasn't fought in 3 years, who's a welterweight. So everybody's frustrated with that stuff. And each one of those situations, if I was a lawyer, I could probably defend him on that stuff too, why he's doing it and why it makes sense for him. But when it comes down to the sport, you want to see the best guys fight the best guys, and the guys who really work their way up to number one contendership, they deserve to fight for the belt. If you don't have that, there's no certainty on what the point of even winning fights are. So it really causes a lot of confusion in the sport, and that's what's going on. It's confusing. You win one fight, like Yoel Romero, he goes out there, gets a nice victory over me, and he feels like he's definitely going to be fighting for the title. Now all of a sudden he's fighting a guy like Robert Whittaker, where Whittaker was at really no man's land, and then he goes out there and does his thing against Jacare, and now he's fighting for an interim belt. It's just weird how it all goes down. And so for me, there's no point for me to put any focus on any of that stuff, because at the end of the day, there's no one promised me anything. And if they promise me anything, I'm not believing it. So I just got to go out there and take care of business, go out there and win. And you wait for the right times and hope that everything works out for yourself.
By the way, is there a reason why you won't say Bisping's name?
Bisping.
Okay, because you just kept saying him and he and
Bisping.
Okay, all right.
There you go. My bad.
All right.
My bad. I have no, and I got no Bisping. He's never gave me credit since I got into the sport. He was a guy who was like almost, I don't know if he was a 50-50 guy, but he was a guy who'd win some and lose. And he never was, I don't know if he was top 5 or a guy who was really in title contention since I got into the weight class division, 2009. And all of a sudden I come up, I get undefeated, and I accomplish what I accomplish. And he was sitting there just watching it all go down. So I think he hated on me a lot during this whole thing. But I really do have a lot of appreciation for what he did. This guy stuck around. No one was paying attention to him. He was the mouth that got no credit. And then he stayed strong, and he was around when an opportunity arose, and he made the best of it. And he's a champion of the world. And most people, to be honest, with his talent level, you would never expect him to be to be the champion of the world in the position he is. So I think it's like a Cinderella story. It's a pretty cool thing, what he accomplished.
Who do you think wins this weekend, Romero or Whittaker? Will you watch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I haven't given much thought to it, but even in my fight with Yoel Romero, going to the third round, if I look back, I could have figured out a way to win that fight just standing. The first round, it was all mostly standing with him, and with some I hit him with a couple takedowns in the first round, but just standing with him, there wasn't much danger, and I felt like I was kind of picking him apart. And then if I would have stayed with that same strategy going to the third round, I think I would have walked away with the decision at least. Whittaker is not going to be pushing the wrestling. He's going to be trying to stay away and looking to strike. And Romero obviously has the power, and he's dangerous with his striking, but he's also going to be trying to take it to the ground. In a 5-round fight, I don't think Romero's ever been in a 5-round fight.
Certainly hasn't gone the distance. Yeah.
He's definitely known to gas. If Whitaker stays relaxed and stays away and stays out of danger with powerful strikes, I mean, he has a chance to win it. I thought Bisping, honestly, matchups make fights. I thought Bisping maybe even had a chance against Yoel. Just try to keep it standing. Yoel's not the type of guy where he takes you down, takes you back, and chokes you out. He's the type of guy who could take you down, use a lot of energy, and then not much control on top. Has some nice ground and pound, but eventually, usually guys get back up to their feet. So with that being said, in a 5-round fight, can he stay relaxed for 5 rounds on his feet? Because even if he gets a takedown, I'm pretty sure Whitaker could get back up to his feet unless he gets ground and pounded out. But I don't know. It's interesting.
So you're not going on the record?
I mean, it's one of those fights. It's
kind of a real toss-up, right?
It's a real toss-up. I mean, Whitaker stays away from, he get Yoel to run into something, and same thing the other way. Later in the rounds, you got to give it to Whitaker, just because Yoel does seem to have trouble in later rounds. He does gas, but he is known for gassing. But if you realize a lot of his finishes are later in the rounds. He finishes guys in the 3rd round because he looks exhausted, but he's still one of those guys that are very dangerous even when he's exhausted. So you still have to give him a lot of respect. What's the odds on that fight?
I don't know. I'll have the guys in the back tell me that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I would do if I was better. If I was betting that fight, which I probably will, but...
Okay. While they get that, let me ask you about this. I saw a video. You were in Nassau Coliseum, right? Did they, shoot you walking in?
Yeah.
What was that for? Like the countdown show or something?
I've been to Nassau Coliseum now, I don't know, 4 or 5 times in the last couple months. Just for all different, production stuff.
And the cage is in there, but it's the new Nassau Coliseum, right?
Yep.
And have you ever been to an event there?
Since it's reopened?
Yeah.
No, since it's reopened, I haven't been in there yet.
What is it like though? It's not the New York Islanders Nassau Coliseum, and it would kind of rickety, but it had its own charm.
Yeah.
But for you to walk in as a Long Island kid, who I'm sure has been to Islander games there, and that was your.
That was my place, man. I grew up. I was a huge fan of the Islanders back.
That probably meant more than MSG as a kid. That place, right?
Yeah, that's the only place I had a lot of pride. Was Nassau Coliseum. I was a huge Islander fan in the early 90s. That's when I was playing hockey, and then my parents couldn't afford ice hockey, so then when junior high hit, I just did all the free sports, which is wrestling, basketball, lacrosse, and different sports like that. So I kind of stopped playing hockey, but hockey was my love. I wanted to be in the NHL. That was my dream.
Wow. Who's your favorite player?
You know my story about trying out for the Islanders when I stopped. Did you know that story? Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, so hang on. We'll go to the Coliseum and then I'll go to the Islanders. But basically, I remember going to the Islander games with my dad and my brother and waiting outside for autographs for the Islanders. I was a huge Pierre Turgeon, Benoit, Steve Thomas, Glenn Healy, Malkov.
Wow, so you were a hardcore fan.
I was obsessed. It was the only sport that we watched as a family. I never was into football. Baseball, really. We didn't watch anything other than hockey because my dad was the hockey coach and me and my brother were on the team, and we won the championship every single year.
Wow.
Really good.
Wow.
And so I had stopped playing hockey in sixth grade, but I had broken records and I was really, really good. I was a center hockey player.
You had that speed.
I was always the fastest. I had a good slap shot. My wrist shot was accurate. And I was gonna be on the Islanders. That was the goal. I actually remember in 6th grade, we had to write to ourselves, and you get it in 12th grade what you want to do when you get older. And I had wrote be an NHL hockey player and play for the New York Islanders.
Wow.
And so life goes on. I become a wrestler. I go to Nassau Community College, which happens to be right next to Nassau Community College, and then Nassau Coliseum, and then I went to Hofstra University, wrestled, became a grad assistant there. Continued to wrestle for the Olympic trials, got injured, and then I was kind of at a crossroads. Do I start dabbling with the MMA and getting into that, which I kind of felt might have been a good place for me. I felt like I was kind of meant for it, and then or hockey was something where, it was something I kind of always regretted that I had to stop, and I had learned so much from wrestling as far as the mental attitude you need to be successful, the work ethic you need. And athletically, I felt like I was pretty damn athletic and I could pick up something and do it. And I was already so good at hockey when I was younger that I felt like I could do it. So I was living in my parents' basement at the time, and we had my daughter. We were dead broke. So it was a stupid move, but I went to the bank and I took out a credit card for $1,000 limit. Somehow they let me do it. And I had gone down to the hockey store. And if you watch Mighty Ducks, I felt like I was in Mighty Ducks. I think Gordon Bombay let the whole team get to pick out like the cool equipment. And in my eyes, I was trying out for the Islanders, and I really believed I was going to be able to do it. So I got had to get nice stuff. So I spent about $1,000 on this hockey equipment.
What?
And I'm like, here we go. And so I went down to the hockey rink, and they had a bunch of high school kids playing. So I kind of like jumped in, and I'm on my skates, and I'm like, when I tell you, I was like really good. That's the only reason. I'm not like crazy. I really was that good when I was young. And so I figured I would be able to pick it up, just kind of like riding a bike. So I get on the skates, and I'm skating, and I'm just like, whatever. So we get into the hockey game with these high school kids.
Sure.
And I'm in there with them, and they were running circles around me. I'm now the slowest on the ice. My accuracy sucks. I'm like having trouble really even everything. My slap shot, everything was off. My slap shot sucked. I was no longer the person that I thought I was in hockey. So my dreams for the New York Islanders was over. It was kind of.
How long did it take for you to realize this? Like, was it like 5 minutes in?
I was definitely prepared mentally that I wasn't going to be as good as I was, of course, when I was as I remember being when I was young, but I was going to keep working on it, and I was going to figure out a way to make the Islanders and be in the NHL. And you know, at the time, I had met some Islanders and stuff like that, and I'm around them, and I'm like, these guys, what makes them better than me?
Yeah.
You know, I could
Scrubs.
do this. Yeah, they're like smaller than me, you know. So I'm like, this is what I'm gonna do. But I realized that right away. First go, I was like, I can't do this.
And then you quit?
I quit.
Wow. What'd you do with the equipment?
I actually tried to return it. They wouldn't let me return it, so it's still floating around in my garage. My wife was not happy. But
how did you explain to your wife you guys are broke and that you went to buy?
She wasn't happy, man. She wasn't happy. It was in a weird spot. You know, my wife at that time was getting her CPA license. She was number one in her class. She was very disciplined and dedicated to being successful. And me, I was like the kid who was looking for these different dreams. You know, she was pushing me to get my master's degree. I was never that kid who was like studious and focused on school, but I had a wife that really pushed me to have that as a backup plan. So she was pushing me to do all that stuff, but I was kind of scatterbrained and trying to do these other things, and it was tough because she was making all the money at the time. You know, I was kind of just the guy sucking off the teat.
Wow.
You know? And those were tough times. I remember going to her like accounting parties, and I had started fighting at this point, and all these wives that were there with their husbands, and the husbands with their wives who are stay-at-home moms. They have good jobs. My wife was working at the PricewaterhouseCoopers, which is known as one of like the #1 accounting firms in the world. And I remember being there, and these accountants coming up to my wife and me and like asked me, "Oh, what do you do for a living?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm a fighter." They're like, "Oh yeah, like that's cool." And then that's it. You're a fighter? Well, I'm getting my master's in physical education. Oh, good for you, man. Good for you. And I'm like embarrassed. Like these guys are making over 6 figures, and I was like 2-0. I had a broken hand at that point, and they would ask me how many fights you got. I'm like, I have 2 fights, and it was just like they're looking at her like, what are you doing with this guy?
Yeah, yeah.
Come home to daddy. We could take care of you, little Hawaiian mama.
You're the dead weight.
I was the dead weight for a while. So that was all this type of stuff is motivating, and I think it's all good for other people to hear because. Screw everybody. Don't let anybody hold you down.
Do you ever think about what happens if you don't catch on, if you get some kind of injury and you don't become a fighter? What would you have done?
Well, I had the phys ed thing. You know, I
been a gym teacher.
I guess I would have a physical educator.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I could have done that.
Tucked in shirt.
I was reluctant to do that. I got my master's in it, but I didn't love the process when I became because you have to do student teaching, so you actually have to do the job and like go to high school and elementary schools and do that. And I went through that process, and it was real tough for me. I hated doing the lesson plans and all that stuff, and having a boss and having these kids talk to you in certain ways where you just have to deal with it. And even as a coach, you could kind of like talk to a kid a certain way where you were going to get respect from them. But when you're a teacher, these kids kind of like F you.
Yeah.
And I had to deal with some of that stuff. And I came from like a tough town, and I always like, if I'm going to respect you, you respect me. And that's just the way it was. And I was working like in a rich kid town, and these kids would just disrespect me. It was a tough pill. It was a tough pill to swallow. I actually had I had a little issue with one of these kids.
Well, what happened? Smacked him?
No, I didn't smack him. But so the guy who I was working with as a phys ed teacher, he knew I was like a good wrestler in college and stuff like that, and I just had started doing MMA. And there was this one kid in high school who was like Mr. like bully, Mr. like he thought he was such a thug, and it killed me because he was like goes to this rich kid school and he thinks he's such a thug, and I just couldn't stand him. And one time we're all in the gym, and not a lot of teachers were there. I was kind of on my own, and there was like 50 or maybe 60 kids in the gym, which is a lot for one teacher, especially a guy like me who they're not going to respect because I'm not a real teacher. So I'm in there, and the kids, it was time to quiet them down and get them all lined up. And one of the kids, that thug kid, he had a basketball, and he's dribbling it. I'm like, all right, ball's in. Come on, give me the ball. He's like, nah, I'm good. And he kept dribbling it.
Oh.
And I'm like, hey, I said, come on, ball in. Let's go, give me the ball. He's like, nah, I'm good, buddy. And he just kept dribbling it. And the kids are like, ooh. And I'm like, so I walk over to him. I'm like, hey, give me the ball. He's like, nah, I'm good. Dribbling it.
Oh, man.
I'm like, bro, give me the ball. So now he picks it up. He's holding it in front of me. So I go to, like, grab it out nicely. So I'm just going to take it from him. I'm hoping that he's just going to let me take it from him. He rips it out of my hand. So, but it kind of looked like I struggled a little bit to pull. So he rips it out. So now this guy thinks he, like, kind of, you know, like, he's tougher than me, you know? Now he stole the ball from me. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? So now, like, the other gym teacher comes in and, like, hey, what's going on here? And right away, he gives the other gym teacher the ball. And I'm like, and all the kids are laughing at me, like, as this kid punked me. And I'm like, you motherfucker. I'm like, I don't even know if we're allowed to curse.
Yeah, go ahead, go nuts.
I don't like to curse that much anyway, but sometimes it just happens.
But this kid brings it out in you.
He brings it in, he brought it out of me. And then so he starts talking, he gets in my face. He's like, bro, you can't do shit. He was like, I'll fuck your ass up. I'm like, bro, who do you think you are? No, you won't. He was like, I'll fuck your ass up right now. I ain't scared. We'll do this anywhere, outside. He was like, nobody has to know. I'm like, I bet we go to the gym office right now. Let's see what you got. So I walk, my gym, the guy who was like the actual teacher in the school lets this happen because he knows this kid's such a punk. So we go into like the PE office, and right away this kid's in my face. He pushes me, and I'm like, boom, and I don't move. I just take it. I'm not gonna punch him. So he was actually a little taller than me. I take his head, I collar time right to a choke, and I just start squeezing him.
What?
Now, as I'm squeezing, I'm making fun of him. I'm like, how's that feel, buddy? And he's trying to talk, and every time he tries to talk, I'll just like squeeze a little bit more so he sounds stupid when he's trying to talk. So there was a black couch right behind me. He starts driving into me, so now I'm gonna fall down, and I can't let him do that to me. He had one friend in there, and we had a couple other phys ed teachers. So as I'm falling, I like pick his head up, and I grab like a underhook on the other side, and I lateral drop him. He like flies into the wall, goes down. Now I grab his head, I'm just pushing his head into the couch. I was like, are you done yet? Are you done yet? And then finally he was like, no, you got me, Bear. You got me, man. You got me, man. And he kind of like gave up, and he was like, no, I got respect for you now. I got respect for you. I'm like, bro, shut up. Like, who the hell do you think you are?
How old is he?
He was like a senior in high school, but he probably got left back a couple of times. He was.
And you? How old were you?
I was like 21, 22.
I love this school. You get to beat up the kids.
It was great, you know. It was kind of.
Did you get in trouble?
I didn't get in trouble.
Wow.
I didn't get in trouble and then it's funny because the next day I see him and I'm like, I was worried the whole night. I'm like, am I gonna get in trouble because of this? I was like, but you know, at the time I was like, I just can't deal with this type of crap. And so he's walking in with like a girlfriend in school, and I'm kind of by myself. I'm like, here, he's gonna challenge me to a fight or something in the middle of school. He comes walking by me. He's like, yo, much respect, my man, much respect. And I'm like,
man.
Bro, beat it, man, beat it.
Oh, that is amazing.
I don't know why I'm even telling these stories.
This is a great story. Yeah. This is a great story. By the way, I have to ask you about your son, CJ. I get such a kick out of watching your videos with him. I saw one just a couple of days ago where he's wearing a hooded sweatshirt. You guys are going somewhere, and he's like one of the boys. Like you could tell. Like my son, your son is what, 5?
He just turned 5 in June. Yep.
That's right. Oh, you had the pro wrestling party.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Yeah, I wish you could have made it, bro.
Wow, you had a. Did you have a ring or did you just have the event? No, you dressed up.
Next time we gotta do a ring.
Yeah,
it really would have been cool, but we just did it on the grass.
You were Hogan?
I was Ultimate Warrior. Volante was Hulk Hogan.
Yes.
I mean, the whole thing was everybody was supposed to come dressed up as Ultimate Warrior, you know, or whatever, any WWE,
wrestler, yeah.
any WWF guy. But for some reason, it was just me and Volante dressed up.
The only ones?
Yeah. And Countdown happened to be there, and this wasn't part of the plan. We were just gonna like hang out during the party dressed up as WWE people. But Countdown was there, and I'm like, yo, Volante, I bet let's do like a match. Let's surprise him like doing a match because CJ hadn't seen me yet, and I wanted to surprise him looking like Ultimate Warrior anyway. So like literally in like 3 minutes we came up, we orchestrated the whole thing, and it worked out great. We had a great time.
Did he like it?
He loved it. He was like timid. He was like, usually CJ is pretty outgoing and like excited and smiley and loud. But like when it was going on, I think he was like in such shock.
Yeah. Did he know it was you?
He knew. I think he knew it was me, but it was like he was just kind of like embarrassed because he doesn't love attention, so everybody's looking at him for his reaction, and he got kind of like, he's turning 5.
Sure,
he's like
sure.
gets a little nervous.
But you posted where were you guys going? You guys were walking, and he's kind of like he's I see him like working out with you, and I've seen some videos of him wrestle. Like he's like a prodigy kid. Were you like that? For those that don't know, like Chris's son, he's a 5-year-old who acts like an 18-year-old with athletics.
He's a really cool kid. It's you know how it is. You have kids like. I'm sick to my stomach on how much I love this kid. He's awesome. We couldn't ask for anything better.
Is he you as a 5-year-old? Like
I was always, I would say I was like tough, and there's a lot of things we have in common. Like I remember I would always be on the floor. I'd always make things dirty, like every sport, like sliding all over the place. He's that guy. He's sliding, like whether he's playing baseball or soccer. He's just running and sliding everywhere, just creating chaos and just trying to have fun.
He's a bruiser.
He's a bruiser. Wrestling-wise, like I didn't start wrestling until I was a little older than him. He already kind of started now. He's actually done 2 wrestling tournaments.
And he won one.
He won his first one, and he just had lost this past weekend for the first time. He lost a couple times.
How'd you react?
I reacted fine. For me, as long as he's working as hard as he can and having fun, that's all I could ask for. But he's just not experienced. He's just not as experienced as some of these kids. Some of these kids are doing practice all year round, and they're a little older than him. And CJ really did 2 wrestling camps that are a week long, and he's 5. He's kind of like not focused. He's looking all around the room, but he loves wrestling. He doesn't care. He wants to just do the tournament. He thinks he won the tournament. He doesn't realize he lost. He lost.
That's perfect.
He has a medal. They gave him a medal. He's happy. He thinks he won. But he had he did amazing things in those matches that I'm really proud of him. But now, since he lost, like the first tournament he won, he really dominated all the kids. This time he had lost, and all of a sudden that competitiveness in me. Now I want to teach him things. I want to help him make sure he wins next time. And there's just little things that I could help him with that will bring him to the next level. But it's a scary thing because as a father, you don't want to be like too excited and pushing your kid too much because you don't want him to revert back and get not like his dad.
Sure.
So there's like a fine line. We had the camp this week, and I always felt like he was able to listen to me, and I'd have no problem coaching him. A lot of fathers would rather someone else coach their kids because they don't want to create the friction, father-son coach experience. And I thought I'd never have a problem, but this week I went to the wrestling camp and I was trying to coach him with like other 5, 6, 7-year-olds. And I started getting like pissed off. I'm like, because CJ's not paying attention. He's in La La Land. And I'm like really trying to show him something because my wife had signed him up for this tournament. I know he doesn't really know a lot of the moves. He makes a lot of mistakes. So I'm like, I want to show him what to do so he doesn't make those mistakes in the match. And he was all over the place. And I'm like, wow, I'm becoming that crazy father who's obsessed with like getting my son to the next level. And I'm like, I gotta calm myself down. And
so you're gonna
the tournament I was okay with.
Okay.
When he lost, he lost one match. He lost, I don't know, like 12-8 or something, but they were like back and forth, and I was just so proud of him. He was on his back. He fought off his back so hard, like for the whole match. He was unbelievable. He's great.
It's incredible to watch him because I feel like he's like a grown man, like just the way he wants to compete. And my kids aren't like that. And that's not, I'm not trying to put down my kids. They're just different.
Oh, everybody comes on different
but it cracks
times.
me up.
Like every kid's so different. My daughter, I wanted her to be a freak, all of a sudden, but I thought she'd be walking at 9 months like I did. Next thing I know, she didn't walk until like 16 months. My little guy, CJ, he walked, 9, 10 months. He walked right away. And my little guy, he was a little longer. And then also with like the sports stuff, every kid is just so different. You can't push what you want on the kids. It kind of just has to happen. You got to work with it.
But what if he says he wants to be a fighter like you at some point, or has he said that yet?
No, he's obsessed with WWE stuff.
Not
right
UFC.
Now. He was obsessed with the UFC for a while. He kind of goes back and forth. And as far as if I'd let him do the UFC, it's not something I would like push him towards. I would love for him to understand how to beat people up and how to defend himself and like be on a whole nother level than most human beings, because I could teach him a lot of stuff. But I don't know if I'd want him to be a fighter. I'd rather him, play a different type of sport. But at the end of the day, like, you want to, there's things you have to say no to your kids on, but you want them, if they fall in love with something and they have a passion for it, you want to support them in that. And I would hope it's not fighting, but if it is, I will support them and I'll help.
You won't say no. You won't try to...
I'm not gonna stop it. It really is a great sport, and as long as you stay healthy and safe, I have no problem with it.
How's the dog?
The dog's good, doing good. He had like the best time of his life the other day. He was swimming in our pool, and so he doesn't smell as bad now.
New pool. I've been following all of this. This is what social media does.
Yeah, I know. It was crazy. Like these dogs that don't shed, like he's hypoallergenic because my wife, she's allergic, so we had to go with a hypoallergenic dog. They stink more because they don't shed. Their hair stays on, and so this dog stinks all the time. And my wife, when we got this dog, it was all on me. Like she didn't want anything to do with the dog. She didn't want a dog, but I'm like, I think it would be great for the kids to have a dog. But it's been a headache. It's tough having a dog. Like for me, it's more work than having a kid.
Really?
You know, yeah, because if the dog gets sick, I come home at night, like I'm exhausted. You know, I get done with like a hard workout. I come out, it's 10 o'clock at night. My dog was in the cage, and all of a sudden there's poop and throw up in his cage. And I'm just like, this is a 3-hour ordeal. Now we got to carry him in the cage all the way outside. Got to get him out of the cage. I got to hose the thing down. I got to wash it. The house stinks. I got to clean all that up. Then I got to take the dog back in, bathe the dog. Then I got to blow dry the dog. It takes like 3 hours. So it's like, it could be a lot.
Okay. Yeah. I'm fighting against it. I will use this as...
Yeah, I would say, I don't know. I would say probably stay away. As much as you have an urge, like a little bit, it's cool to see with the kids with it.
Yeah.
Man, it is a lot of work.
By the way, how was the retreat? Did you enjoy it?
The UFC retreat?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you think it was worth your while?
It was cool. You know, I got to, I like most of the UFC fighters, so I got to hang out with a lot of UFC fighters. Most of you Long Island guys kind of stuck together. We got some good timing with them, just hanging out. Obviously, Snoop Dogg concert was cool. It was cool.
The talks, Kobe Bryant and all that stuff, you enjoyed that?
Yeah, Kobe Bryant was cool. To be honest, I didn't go to everything. I don't think a lot of fighters did. I cut class a couple of times. I missed like the Budweiser guy who was like calling people out. He's like, if you lose, then we're not gonna like you. You won't be sponsored by us. You have to win every fight. If you get knocked out, then obviously it's your fault. Everyone's looking at him like, who the hell do you think you are? But so I missed that. I missed the guy from Shark Tank, which I kind of wish I was there for that. But overall, it was interesting. Like in the beginning, there was a lot of tension between fighters who were in the same weight class.
Yeah.
I was with Ally Quinta. Yeah. The stories that were going on that first night when we were all together it was
water guns
absolutely insane. It was absolutely insane. He was on a whole different stratosphere of craziness.
Has he always been this crazy?
No. He's crazy. He's one of the, Al's probably listening right now. But Al's definitely Mr. Jekyll, was it Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? Is that what I'm, he's like some people like, oh, he's the nicest kid in the world, which he is. He really is such a good dude. But there's a switch that flips and he's like, you can't control him. He's scary. I'm like, oh my
Raging
God.
Al.
Raging Al.
You know
That's where he gets the name.
You know who's next on our show? Coming up after you?
Who?
Cris Cyborg.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Yeah, she scares me. She scares me a little bit.
What happened? Can you tell us the story?
Yeah. So I mean, I learned more even after this all went down. So, I forgot who I was with. I was with a couple Long Island fighters, and we jumped in the bus to head to the facility, the new facility to get food, and they were going to do a tour. But I'm like, I don't want to do the tour. I just want to get back to the hotel, just get some food and head back. And so we went there, we did like a little we ate some of the food in the cafeteria, and then I was just trying to jump on a bus back. I guess we jumped on a different bus than we were supposed to be on. We were like on the Brazilian bus. Oh. For some reason, all the Brazilians were all together. Like they were put together for some reason.
Okay.
So we're on their bus, we're heading back, and for some reason, the girl, Magana, and her friend, Beck Rowling, they were on the bus with us, and they were sitting in front of us, so we were like kind of chatting it up there and back. So on the way back, I had never met them before, but on the way back we start leaving the bus, and when I get off the bus, the girl Magana, I guess, was right in front of me, and as I come off the bus, all of a sudden you see Cyborg just run up into Magana's face, and they're having words, and for me, I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. I didn't know there's any beef. I don't follow the girl Magana on Twitter. I don't realize what she was saying, But basically, Cyborg was going nuts on her. Like all the words you could think of, you know, just going off, like, who the fuck do you think you are? Like, talking like this, blah, blah, blah. And then Magana, like, is kind of quiet and shocked. She's kind of, like, smiling and, like, a nervous smile, like oh, my God. And she's way smaller than Cyborg. And Cyborg's going off. But all of a sudden, like, I guess she must have realized, this is just me, my opinion on kind of how it went down. She must have realized, like, there's a lot of people around now and the cameras start coming out. She grew some balls. All of a sudden, she starts cursing back at Cyborg. And I'm like, oh, that's not smart. So as soon as she starts cursing at her, I realize now there's no one in between them and something's going to go down. So I start trying to, like, break it up. So I start coming in like this. Hey, guys, come on, let's calm down. And as soon as I go like, all right, let's calm down, Cyborg just stops, screaming at Magana, looks at me, goes, don't touch me. And I'm like, all right, I'm good. Bro, the best part is Dana White has the video, by the way. He had showed me when we did this thing. I don't know if he's ever going to release it. It is hysterical.
The way you backtrack?
The way I backtrack. They were busting my balls, but I'm like, I have no shame. I'm like, what am I going to do? I'm going to step in there, tell Cyborg, no, I will touch you, and then she kicks my ass, or what am I going to do? Kick her ass? And then either way, I'm screwed.
It's a lose-lose.
Yeah, what if she knocks me out? I might as well just retire then. So as I go, come on, girls, calm down. She yells at me. She goes, don't touch me. I'm like, all right, back up. And then within a second, she just, like, takes her hand, just cracks Magana. And Magana did, like, a little shaky leg thing. And she got, like, teary-eyed. And then right away, at least from what I heard, right away, she was just like, I'm calling the cops. And that was, like, the first thing. And Cyborg just jetted out. And that was it. And for me, I had no idea what was going on. I'm like, I can't believe she just beat the shit out of this little girl. But that was going through my mind. I'm like, man. But then I guess I saw some of the stuff she was saying to Cyborg. So I'm like, I can understand. I don't know why she would be saying that to Cyborg, especially if you know you possibly could be seeing her. Like,
right.
For me, if someone's talking shit the way she was talking shit about me, and if I see them, there's probably a good chance I'm going to have fucking something to say to them and we're probably going to be fighting. So I do see where Cyborg went with that. Unfortunately, the world we live in today, there's lawsuits and there's cops and you can't just punch people. You have to, like, find other ways to resolve the issues. But now that I see, like, kind of look back and know that everything went on, I'm like, I don't blame Cyborg. I kind of see where she was coming from. Wow. And the reason I say this, of course, is because now I want Cyborg to like me so she doesn't get mad at me.
I'll tell her you say that.
Yeah, make sure you tell her. I hope she's watching.
In a few minutes.
Yeah.
By the way, you mentioned Dana White. You were at Citi Field with him, right? I think you, Gastelum, Longo, Sarah, maybe a couple other fighters, right? You guys did like a batting.
Gastelum, Longo, which was awesome.
Volante, that's right. I saw some footage of him in the batting cage.
Who?
Dana.
Yeah.
Maybe not the athlete, or maybe.
I'm not gonna put him in a box as not an athlete. You know, there's some people that just aren't good at baseball.
Can't hit the high heat.
Some people aren't good at baseball.
A scale of 1 to 10, where would we put his baseball skills at?
Well, you know what? I mean, I killed him during the thing. I wonder if they'll cut it out for that show, but I was making fun of Dana because he was the first one up in the batting cage, and the whole time I'm like, yes, now I'm not scared anymore because I can't be worse than this. But he ended up hitting a few. He did good. I mean, his form wasn't great. And then that was when we were inside. The best part of the whole thing, so each one of us are going, and Gastelum, Gastelum's cool, so we have no, like, beef. We're, like, talking, hanging out. He was among, like, all the Sarah Longo guys, Dana. So he's kind of like the odd guy out, and he's a cool kid, so we're trying to make him feel comfortable. We're all hanging out with him just as much. Yeah, he's a cool dude. So Gastelum is talking like he's going to be good. Like, he's pretty good. So I think he goes up after, like, maybe mad or whatever. He goes in there, and he swings. He swings as hard as he can, and as soon as he swings the bat, he completely misses. The bat slips out of his hand, goes all the way up into the batting, like, nets, gets tangled up on the top, and he lost the bat. And everyone was like, it was the funniest thing ever. We were all dying.
This is on the field?
Hysterically laughing. No, this is now inside. This is like the practice thing before we went out.
Any of the players see this?
Yes, everyone was. They said that's the first time in the history of batting practice that has happened.
God.
It was pretty.
So Gastelum was worse than Dana.
He was worse than Dana with throwing the bat. That was Dana didn't let go of the bat.
Wow. And did you hit any dingers?
I did all right. I hit.
Do you have any proof of this?
I hit 100-mile-per-hour fastball.
Wow.
Me and Matt were the only ones who got to try to hit 100-mile-per-hour fastball. I hit a couple times, and then I hit it the furthest out of everybody, all the guys. I hit the wall.
Wow.
I hit the wall when we were out on the field. I did all right. And Dana was offering me $25,000 to hit a home run.
And you didn't get it.
And I didn't get it. You know what it was like? I needed the gloves. My hands were getting slippery. The nerves were going.
Was someone pitching or was it a machine?
Vellante made money. Vellante, he was so bad. Vellante was so bad that he offered him, I think, $5K just to hit into the out of the infield, just if it rolled out into the infield. And they're throwing the ball like this.
Yeah.
You know, they're just.
So it's a live.
It's a lot. Someone's actually pitching now, and Vellante actually hit it like a little bit past the infield and got some money.
Done.
So good for him. But Dana, he realized I was cracking him, so he realized he had to go with the homer with me. But he did up the ante with the $25K, and I couldn't pull through.
Yeah. I must say though, speaking of you and Gastelum, I was at that press conference in Dallas, and I love the beef. I love it, but it was funny how like everyone seemed to have an issue, like Cormier and Jones and like Claudio Gadelha and Amanda Nunes. There was all, and then you and Gastelum walk up to each other and you're like hugging, and it was kind of nice. It was kind of refreshing just how different you two were.
Yeah,
you didn't feel the need to put on, because I feel like these days
sometimes
a lot of people
sometimes now the guys are forcing it. I mean, all credit to Conor McGregor. Look what he pulled off with the beef he started with every single person he fought, no matter whether he liked him or not. He was cold-blooded towards him, and he made a lot of hell of money. Now he's fighting Floyd Mayweather. I mean, the guy he's surpassed everybody by far. So everybody's trying to jump on that bandwagon and kind of get an idea, kind of learn from him, which is I understand. But sometimes if it's forced, it's even almost worse. You know?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of guys are doing that. You know, I've had beef with some of the guys I'm fighting before, and naturally if it comes out. But
you even kissed a man.
I even kissed a man. I gotta do what I gotta do with Anderson Silva. But yeah, Gastelum is a guy I knew for a while. I never had thought we were gonna be fighting, so we were always very close. Different events, and we were sponsored by the same companies for a while. So, you can't all of a sudden be like, now I hate you because we're gonna fight. You know,
it's
just,
no, it was very nice.
I got respect for him.
Yeah. What are you doing for the 4th?
I don't know yet. Well, I got a wedding tonight.
Oh, it's on a Monday?
I know.
What is up with that?
I don't know. Probably cheaper. I don't know.
Yeah.
Late night. I don't know if I'm going yet though. My wife will be going.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just.
You're tired?
I'm tired, man. I'm training a lot, so
Okay.
like, it's getting close to the fight. I'm probably gonna go. We'll see. My wife had. I think I might have a dry cleaning problem. My clothes might not be done yet.
Okay,
so
that's a good excuse.
I think dry cleaners usually close on Mondays. So right now I'm in a good spot. No offense. I kind of want to. I want to go to the wedding. I really, really want to go to this wedding. So hopefully everything gets resolved. And then for the 4th. We have a couple different options, but it's I'm going to be training. My main thing is I'm focused in training. But as far as a party, we have a couple different options.
So you're just you're waiting till after.
If it was up to me, to be honest with you, I'm not a big going out guy or partier. My life, if every single day, I'd rather be in my backyard with my family, my kids, hanging out, barbecuing. That's better than going on any vacation or anything like that. That's more my style. I'd rather sit on the couch, watch TV with the kids, watch a movie, play with them, wrestle with them in the house, than go anywhere. My wife is the opposite, so that's why I go places.
Same here.
Yeah.
I don't want to make plans with anyone.
Yeah, I don't like going anywhere.
Oh, play dates, things like that.
I'm boring. My wife hates that. I'm definitely boring.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm good. Let's just hang out here.
That is a nice visual.
Yeah.
We shall leave it at that. This has been fun.
Yeah, it's
Did
cool,
you enjoy
man.
it?
Yeah, it's really cool. And you stepped your game up. This place is awesome, man.
Well, thank you.
You deserve it. I mean, you've been doing this for 30 years, so
I know.
It's about time.
On the internet for all these years. It's nice to have an actual professional operation.
Yeah,
But this has been great.
And I really appreciate you inviting me. This is,
of course.
Even on a 3-fight losing streak, you still care about me.
I still care. I will always care. You're still my guy.
And
I'll never forget.
That's why I won't forget you when I have that belt around my waist again.
Wow.
I won't.
He said that on camera. You won't big time us. Like last time when you won against Anderson, you kind of big time me for a couple of months, but then you got back to normal.
I don't know if you're thinking clearly.
There was a time you were showing up with sunglasses and stuff, and I was like, "Who's this guy?"
Bisping just had sunglasses on, didn't he? What's wrong with sunglasses?
Well, indoors.
Okay.
But no, I know it's a schlep to come down here. So now you have to go all the way back up to take the train. Yeah, for those that don't live in New York.
I noticed that the pier, is it Pier 6 or Pier 3 right here?
Yeah,
you got the helicopters? Maybe send me a copter back. Can you hook it up? I mean, this is MMA hour, right?
I will hook it up. I don't want to make the exchange, but I did say that I would reimburse your travel, so I got you. Maybe PayPal?
You're one of those guys? Venmo? Oh, you don't have Venmo? Oh, too bad. That actually happened yesterday. We had a bunch of people over, my wife's friends from high school, and everyone has babies now. Everyone's old. And they came over and we had ordered a bunch of food and everyone's like, "Oh, you have Venmo?" And I'm like, "No, I don't have Venmo." "Oh, yeah, because we don't have cash." I'm like, "All right, forget it. I don't care."
Okay, you want the cash? I got my thing right here.
No, it's too late now. It's too late now. It's.
But it's just.
Oh, you do have cash, and you didn't want to give it to me.
Well, I don't want to do it on air.
Why bring up PayPal?
I said, here you go. I said that.
$8?
No, it couldn't have been more than $13. The taxi?
You know what? I wish this was a different show. I'd really rip you apart right now. I rip you apart.
Do you have a receipt? Are you saying that I'm Jewing you? Is that what it's coming from?
Listen, guys. I'm not racist, but I do come from Long Island. I do have a lot of Jewish friends.
That's it. I went to the beach yesterday in Connecticut with my family, and I bought a lot of ice cream for my kids and everything like that. So there it is.
All right, man. Get the metro. Can I go through this and show everybody? I already see the first one's dangerous.
Don't do that.
All right. And you can take your money back.
No.
Listen, I should pay you to come on this show.
Oh, well, thank you. Oh, gosh. Thank you so much. Really, July 22nd, Nassau Coliseum. Chris Weidman returns against Kelvin Gastelum. It's live and free on Fox. This is Big Fox. Back on Big Fox.
Back on Big Fox.
This is a big deal.
First time since Damian Maia fight.
Everyone's doubting you. I feel it.
I know. Keep doubting me, guys.
This is a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much. All the best. Say hello to your family. You could just actually walk out. We have someone waiting for you right over there.
Cool.
We're doing this on the fly. There he is, Chris Weidman.
Got things holding me down here?
Yep, you're good. No, it's portable. You don't even have to take it off here. You could just walk out with it. I'm gonna do it. Just like that. All right.
I want more airtime.
There he is, Chris Weidman. Reebok Combat, please take your Monster Energy. Back on. Oh, there it is. How much was it?
You know what? I actually said no receipt. I think I hit the no receipt button, so you got lucky.
All right. Well, here it is for your troubles. Thank you so much, Chris. We appreciate it. Good luck July 22nd. We will see you there on Long Island, Nassau Coliseum. There he is, the one and only Chris Weidman fighting Kelvin Gastelum in less than 3 weeks. A very important fight in the middleweight division. The middleweight division is obviously in focus, and the interim title is on the line this weekend, and that is a very important fight with Kelvin Gastelum on a roll and Chris Weidman trying to get back on track. So we just talked to Chris about the Cyborg incident. Now let us talk to Cris Cyborg, who I do believe is joining us via the magic of Skype. Yes? Let's go to the magic of Skype and welcome in the greatest women's featherweight fighter ever on the planet, living, past, previous, present, the one and only Cris Cyborg Justino. Cris, how are you?
Great, thank you, Rael. I'm very nice, very happy, gonna fight soon.
Yes, congratulations. Were you worried when Megan Anderson had to pull out that once again something would happen and you wouldn't get a fight? How nervous were you?
I just disappointed about the fight Megan Anderson, because I'm from Brazil too. I come to America 7 years ago, and I come illegal and did everything, follow all the rules. And, and now I'm seeing, and it make me very disappointed because her and her manager show respect, agree fight, make everything announced for the fight, and if she's no have visa, for the fight. This is, show don't respect, show really immature. And, but I always am training, I train a lot. It doesn't matter who we're going to fight. I always prepare, for 5 rounds, prepare for the worst. I think if you're the champion, if you're a fighter, you need to fight for anybody put in front of you, but it's not cool, pull out after 1 month close to the fight.
So you were upset. You were pissed off when you heard this news.
Yeah, because, man, you're no kid, you're professional. You're a fighter, you're professional. I'm from Brazil too, and then always I follow the rules, and how you can step to the fight, and then if you even don't work with, don't know your visa, it's a right or not, I don't think it's cool that.
Are you?
It's not professional.
Are you hopeful that the issue will get sorted, in relative short order, and that you will fight her next if all goes well on July 29th? Is that something that you still want?
We make a joke if Trump don't make the wall in Australia, maybe if he make you, I go to Australia, fight October her.
Oh my gosh! Oh my god! All right, fair enough. What was your reaction when you found out that Tonya Evinger, of all people, the 135-pound champion in Invicta, was going to be your opponent for the 145 belt?
You know, I respect Tonya. I think she's a great fighter, and she's a long time doing fighting. You know, I know her when I fought to Gina Carano, and you know she's the world champion 35. I think she's top 10. You know, all the women's MMA. I think she's already happy to have the opportunity to be fighting big platform like UFC. And I just she show respect, you know, for the accepted the fight 30 days notice. You know, I just thankful for she accepted, because if you should not do that, you know, maybe we cannot make this fight for all the fans. And you know, she's really have courage, and I think with her it'll be a nice fight than Meg Anderson. You know, I think she's have a nice style, and I think it'll be cool for all the fans. Excited fight.
When I say, Cris, when I say to you Germaine Durand-me, what do you think?
Yeah, I think she's scary. I think she's not the real fighter. I think when you fight and you hold the belt, you have to fight your contender number one. And before she fights to the belt, she's already know she's gonna fight me if she gets the belt. You know, but you know, I really don't understand it, because you know I'm from Shootball Gym, and they always we train and say, man, no matter who you're gonna fight, you just have to prepare for the worst and be ready. You cannot see the opponent. But you know, the new athletes coming, and then you know who want to choose who you wanna fight. And if you're the world champion, if you hold the belt, if you contender number one, you cannot choose who you wanna fight. You know, I think she's run. You know, I don't think she's supposed to be the UFC champ. You know, I think she just say I'm gonna fight Cyborg, but the reality she don't did. You know, she's gonna run away.
And Cris, can I ask you? I'm just seeing sort of like your mouth. Can you lift up the camera a little bit so I see your full face? A little bit. There you go. Yes, perfect. That's so much better. Thank you. When you saw Germaine in Brooklyn after she won the belt, did you know already from there that this is not going to happen?
You know, I was talking to my team before this fight happened. We talked together, and they said, maybe, you know, if Holly win the fight, she's not gonna fight me next. For sure, she's gonna say I'm gonna back to 135, and maybe try hold the belt 135. Will be the first woman we have to hold two belts. And Weidman too, we say the same thing. You know, she's gonna get the belt, try hold how long she can hold. You know, for do seminars, you know, make money, get the public to UFC. We already knew they're not gonna accept the fight. You know, by the way, after the fight, we already know that. You know, then we already think about that. This is gonna happen. But I saw her in Brazil, in New York, and we take picture face off. But there we already know she's gonna do a lot of things. I find a lot of excuses for the fight not happen.
When you heard, you know, her manager put out a statement saying that we don't want to fight Cris because she's a cheater and all this stuff, what was your reaction to this? How did you? I mean, you failed one test back in 2011. You had this incident with USADA, and they cleared you. And so to be called that after all these years and all these fights, how do you react when you read this?
You know, the problem is the people use this, my mistake I did a long time ago. This is 2012. 11, I think the last 2011. They use this mistake for I find excuse for no fight. You know, I'm the first athlete signed with USADA 1 year before fight UFC. You know, this is the excuse for don't accept the fight. Same Ronda Rousey using this long time. She's a cheater. I want to fight her. So she doesn't want to find and to find insurance. This is like insurance for the fighters for not fighting. But man, this is ridiculous, because we make the same test. You know, USADA, we do the same thing. And then the first athlete 1 year signed with USADA before being UFC for proving I'm a clean athlete, you know, for proving, man, I did a mistake, but I pay already, you know. And I'm not the first athlete to happen, you know. I have a lot of athletes happen the same thing. And then, you know, you have to, I just laugh, man, because they don't have excuse, you know, just scary for accepting the fight.
What were you thinking? It took so long for this resolution to come about of them stripping her and booking you against Megan Anderson. I mean, weeks and weeks and weeks. It was just like this story. Was it driving you nuts? How are you reacting to all this? How are you still staying focused and training and things like that when for weeks we had no answer to the situation with the belt?
You know, after my last fight, September, I'm training almost 6 months straight. You know, I'm trying to train, you know, for improve my game, getting better my grappling, you know, getting better in my boxing, everything, you know, getting better my game for me to come back to 145. And for working power too is strong because, you know, I stayed 3 years doing dieting, try drop weight from 135. And I know it's 145 is different divisions, my division, you know. And I try to use everything like, it's not nice, you know. It's very hard when you don't know when you're gonna fight. And in July it'll be 10 months I don't fight, and it's really hard because you need to find motivate every day. You know, every day you need to find motivation for keep training, keep focus. You know, no, don't give up and keep going. And man, I did like this. You know, and my teams support me, help me. You know, motivate me all the time. And then my family too, you know, my family, I think the first thing motivated me. And they always, you know, I know it's a keep training, the opportunity gonna come. And it'll be a nice opportunity, you know, July 29, I'm gonna fight for the belt. And I'm really happy and for being my division 145.
And in the midst of all of this, you go to the athlete retreat in May and you start tweeting things like your picture is not in the book. And it felt to me like you felt disrespected. And I'm not talking about the Angela Magana situation, just like it felt like you weren't feeling the love. Is that accurate?
You know, I did already 2 fights with 2 FC. And then when I saw the book, I see they have my picture. You know why? You know, I have a lot of athletes. Don't have just me there, you know, but they have a lot of athletes now there too. But if in the book, the retreats for athletes, why don't have my picture there? You know, making me really pissed off. And then we talk a lot of things there. Say, we're still gonna help your company growing. We're gonna growing together, you know. And then I just look at that, don't have my picture. How do you want to grow your company together if you don't have your picture there? How are people gonna see you? You know, for see you face your name, you know. Something the things like this, but you know, I hopefully it's gonna change. You know, the last interview, you know, Dan White said he said they did a lot of mistakes with Cyborg. And if maybe you can go and start to work together, you know, I hope. And, you know, I love my job, you know, if my boss and the company I work, love work with me, you know, you're going to be a lot of success together, you know, but, you know, I give it the opportunity for them for, you know, change the scene, you know, make it better, you know. And for me, if you can train and fight happy, you know, I don't want to fight outside the cage all the time. I want to just fight in the cage and focus for my fight.
I thought it was significant when he said that to MMA Junkie about the mistakes that they've made as far as your relationship is concerned. It wasn't like an outright apology. So much has happened, but did you feel good when you saw that? Did it make you feel better about the future?
You know, it's really hard. Some people do some mistake and they say, man, I did a mistake. You know, I did show me, I can respect a little bit, you know. Show respect because some people do mistake and don't know, say, I did a mistake. And when you say, man, I did some mistake with Cyborg, show me then, you know, think a little bit what they did for me. Maybe show me a little bit respect. And, you know, I accept that, you know, and then, you know, let's see what's going to happen after that, you know. Let's, you know, not just be a word, you know, not just be in the word, but in practice, this is going to work, you know, this is going to change. You know, I really easily work with, you know, just to have to work together. I don't want to feel something then fight against me. But you want to work together, for sure you can make a lot of money together, you know, but you need to work together. I want to be happy. I want to look to my boss and I'm happy there, you know, just, man, I feel like my enemy, you know. I hope this is going to change. And after this interview, I think maybe open the door for getting better.
The frustration that you were feeling at the retreat, is that part of the reason why you confronted and ultimately hit Magana? Like, were you feeling so upset that weekend that you kind of, you know, weren't thinking when you were acting in that situation?
You know, I don't say like this, but I think it's a long time, you know. I think almost 6 years in my career, people bully me and speak a lot of things about me. And then, man, I'm a human being, you know. Sometimes you can do, sometimes it can happen something, but it's you know, Mega should play something, you know, really bad about my family. My dad had a hard time with cancer. I stayed 1 month Brazil with him and with all the kids there. And the kids there is the really real world champion because then fight for their lives every day. And then some people have to be careful what they play because you play something nice, something you feel in your heart. And but about Megan, my lawyer take care of that, and I think she's gonna be an example. I think it's not cool. You bully people. I don't think it's not cool. I think you bully internet. You bully in the school. I think it's not cool. Have a lot of teenager people have a problem, try to kill themselves because that. And I think this have to change. And then I hope that people don't do that, because people sometimes, for show respect, have to do something. And I hope she'll be an example. People don't do something like that. Play, not nice.
Where do things stand in that story with you and Angela Magana? Is there like a lawsuit involved? What could you tell us about it?
My lawyer take care of that, and he's going to court, and it'll be soon when I have anything about. For sure, they're gonna make one interview, something say that, but I leave in my lawyer hands.
Okay.
And hopefully soon we're gonna have news about.
Was it nice to see all the fighters defend you? It seemed like a lot of the fighters had your back when discussing the story. Did you see that?
After everything, I was really nervous because I never this happened with me, and then when this fighter show really support for me, because she's not just disrespect me, she disrespect to everybody. She don't have the respect for nobody, and it's hard you teach respect to someone older already. In the kid you can teach. Maybe she don't have this in her house. It's really hard when you confront discussing with somebody don't show even respect. People have cancer in the hospital. And for me, believe you play like things like that. But I feel very thankful for my team. I feel like all the fighters have to be on the same page and defend themselves. So you can make a group, and this is really nice.
What about this sponsor that said that they were dropping you because of this? What happened there? That's crazy.
My lawyer take care of that, but I think I didn't have excuse, that, because I did my job. I went to Las Vegas. I talked to everybody there. All the fans come to see me, and then I think then find excuse for don't want to pay me, but my lawyer take care of that for sure too. Gonna have it soon coming up about that.
Okay.
And I think just use excuse for don't want to pay me. I think they already supposed to pay me before, and then don't pay me, and then half front, half after, and then they don't make what I did the agreement.
Your contract is up in October, right?
Yes.
What do you think you're going to do? I mean, that's in 3 months. What do you think is going to happen?
I'm going to fight for the belt now, and then for sure, if I get the belt, and this is going to hold me 1 year, and probably have to a couple fights too. I really have to think about that. I want to work more, see what's going to work with me UFC, how's it going to work together. And, if I be happy there, and then show respect for me, like to be the world champion. I mean, 10 years undefeated, and then long time the world champ. Maybe if I hold UFC belt, then they're going to appreciate me, And I don't know, but let's wait. I just want to make everybody happy, all my fans happy. I think everybody gonna go to me, watch my fight, because then wait so long for that day, and let's see after. I think after when they work everybody together and then make money together, maybe this is gonna change. Maybe you can be happy in that place.
But despite all the issues, you are open to perhaps re-signing with the UFC come October. You're not closing the door on that.
I hopefully you're gonna fix that. My manager talked to them, but for sure I know I have a lot of doors open for me. If this is not gonna happen, but now my focus is my fight and the end of the month, and when I get it, hold the belt, and then see what's gonna happen. But hopefully everything will be okay.
Do you ever think back to that contract that you signed, with Zuffa several years back? If you would have just gone into the UFC as a 145er and maybe fought on the same, you remember that weekend you fought 184, Ronda fought Katzengano, and you fought the night before for Invicta. If you just came into the UFC and were pushed as a UFC star, do you ever think like how different things would be now if they would have just put you in the UFC right away as opposed to putting you in Invicta and having you try to cut down to 140 and all that stuff?
For sure. I think the UFC never have the idea to make 145 pounds. When I fight Invicta, we signed in Invicta. I think then say make the fight to Ronda Rousey against me. But this is then say that, but I don't think this is a big deal. I think just I was Invicta for me, going other events like Bellator or other events. I think they sign me for hold me in Invicta for me can go the big organization. And for sure it'll be different. Imagine now will be the fifth fight in UFC. If they use the same machine they use it for build the Ronda Rousey, imagine if these people doing with me. Because all the fans follow me now. It's all my fans with me in the beginning of my career. The same people watch Gina Carano against Cyborg. The same people watch my last fight. We make the same numbers. And imagine if they then build me, like then build Ronda Rousey. Imagine if I fight semi-card, Holly fight Gun, Ronda fight Gun, I fought Holly Holm the same card, same night. Imagine the biggest, and then if you don't know Ronda don't want to fight me, protect her, that's fine, have to be build the 2 stars, it'll be amazing. I think, man, I don't know, but I don't know who take care about that for them, but I think this time they didn't mistake about that. They can make big stars, and it's good for them. Then more stars, more money for them.
I know last week you had to weigh in for California. This is your first fight in the UFC at 145. How is the weight cut going? How are you feeling?
I feel good. I start to eat very, very healthily after my fight too. Very and then in my division, I think almost 2 years and I fight 145, and I think the cut for 140 make me lighter a little bit, because I lose a lot of mass too for 140. And I feel very confident, very nice, and I did my weight, now they check the weight 30 days before the fight, and I really close to the weight, like the weight have to be in 30 days. And I'm really happy, my team happy. They say I look great, I'm trained nice. I feel very good move for training, the passion, if my heart for be a fighter and the training coming back is not just be a dieting and a lot of cardio and the stress about the weight. And I feel great. I feel really happy, and I think it'll be great to fight July 9. 145 for me, it's my division. It'll be the opportunity for me can show for all my fans and the new fans don't know me, all my haters, why I'm 10 years in the theater.
Are you working with a nutritionist?
I've been back to work with Robbie Emerson.
Oh.
We partner training, and he's always dropped 145, 135. I work with him on I was fighting 145, and I stopped work with him for work with Josh Lockhart. And now I'm coming back to work with Robbie. He's really healthy. He's really like a lot of things, natural organic things. This has really helped me. My other camp to 145, and with good success.
Okay, and just curious, I know you have the big fight coming up, but I feel like right now the biggest women's MMA fight that can happen, now that Ronda is gone and there have been some changes, is you versus Holly Holm. Do you think that will happen after her win? What do you think?
I already accept to fight Holly when Ronda fight Kat Zingano. I accept to fight her in first fight 140 in Curitiba. I accept to fight her in Brasilia when I did the main event. I asked for her in Singapore when she fight Beth Correa. And then when Megan Anderson pull out the opportunity to fight her, I say, okay, we can fight. I think the next fight to be with her, I think it'll be the great fighter for all the fans. She's already fought 145 with the Raymond, and the people say maybe she's winning, maybe she lost. I think they want to see the rematch, that fight, and let maybe the opportunity to fight with me for the belt. I don't know. She's just winning a bet for her, but I think she's the biggest name for the next fight. I think she's a great fighter. I think it'll be really nice.
Well, I'm happy they found you an opponent. This is sort of like an Invicta super fight, right? 135 champion against a 145 champion in the UFC. You get to fight for your belt. You are the best featherweight in the world. There's no doubt about that. And I know it's been a crazy few months for you, But I'm hoping that now the sun is coming out. The clouds are going away. Dana White has said that there have been mistakes. They want to work with you. You'll have a new contract hopefully soon. Hopefully good times are coming for you, Cris, because I think after everything you've been through over the last few months, you certainly deserve it. So good luck to you on July 29th. Thank you so much for the time. Looking forward to it very much. Oh, I think you got a call just now. Am I right? Did you just get a call?
Yeah,
there you go. It froze. But I really appreciate you joining us, and I can't wait for the fight. I'm so excited that you're finally fighting at 145 in the UFC.
Thanks so much, Ariel, for always giving the opportunity for me for talk to my fans. I want to say all my fans, I have my Cyborg Nation shirt, Cyber Against the World. You can check my Instagram profile. You can see the link. And all the sponsors who like to sponsor me for my next fight, you can send me a free Cyber MMA, gmail.gmail. And my next pink belt season will be training for motivate all the girls and women. It will be August 12th. You can check too in my Instagram. And I appreciate all my fans. I hope everybody be there with me July 29th. And thanks so much, all my fans.
Obrigado. Thank you very much. There she is.
Obrigado.
Cris Cyborg, July 29th, UFC 214. Without a doubt, the best card of the year. Cormier versus Jones, Cyborg versus Evinger, Woodley versus Maia, Manuwa versus Ozdemir, Cerrone versus Lawler. That was the new addition yesterday, and the list goes on and on. Aljamain Sterling versus Hennenbarrow at 140, it appears. It is fantastic. It is the card that they probably wanted 213 to be, but that's not, putting down 213. That's a fun card as well. But it is, that is special stuff. 214 is special stuff. Okay. No more interviews. We are done. But that doesn't mean we are done quite yet. This is the drill. As was the case last week, we are going to say goodbye to our friends over at YouTube, Facebook, MMAfighting.com. But we've got an exclusive segment coming up, and you can hit my music, and we like to call this the MMA After Hour. We even have a really cool new intro for that. And what's going on during the MMA After Hour, which you can see, as you can see on the bottom, over at themmahour.twitter.com. What's going on over there? We're answering your questions. You've been hitting us up using the hashtag #TheMMAHour. You can continue to do so. Questions, comments. New York Rick has been fielding those. Also, second annual International Fight Week Draft. New York Rick and I picking 5 fighters from the 2 cards this weekend in Las Vegas. I never make predictions. This is the one time a year that I make predictions. I pick one, he picks one, I pick one, he picks one, I pick one, he picks one. Everyone got so excited about it, we went black for a second. So that's going on in a matter of moments as well. So if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, we love you. But we also want you now to go over to Twitter if you want more show. If you want to hear us talk about the weekend that was, 213 coming up, 214 coming up, and also our International Fight Week Draft. For now, I shall say goodbye to everyone out there on YouTube and Facebook, and I shall also thank very much all the guests who stopped by. What a show. It has been a lot of fun to do this particular episode, this Canada Day / Independence Day for America, July 4th episode of the MMA Hour. Thank you very much to Alistair Overeem. Good luck to him this weekend. Thank you very much to Felice Herrig. Congratulations on the win last weekend. Thank you very much to Shannon Knapp. Great stuff from her as always, and thanks for the scoop. Thank you very much, Daniel Cormier. Good luck on July 29th. Thank you very much, Miesha Tate. Thank you very much, Michael Bisping. Thank you very much for coming in, Chris Weidman. That was awesome. And of course, thank you very much to Cris Cyborg. Back next week, same time and place. I'll see you on Twitter. Till then, peace.